7:01. In accordance with the requirements of the open meeting law, please be advised this meeting is being recorded and available for viewing over the Lunenburg Public Access channel, Public Access YouTube channel. The town of Lunenburg, in response to COVID-19, is currently holding all meetings remotely via Zoom. This meeting will be able to be found on the Lunenburg Access YouTube channel within 24 hours after the meeting. To participate remotely on Zoom, members of the public may use cell phones, tablets, or computers with audio and video capabilities. The Zoom meeting ID, I'm admitting people. The Zoom meeting ID is 843-6901-4668. No participant ID is needed. Just press pound when asked. All participants who are not members of the commission or staff will be muted by the chair. Computer and app users may use the raise hand feature to request to speak. Depending upon your version of Zoom, you may either find the raise hand feature at the bottom of the participant list, which you get to by clicking on participants, or in some versions of Zoom, you take and you click on the reactions tab at the bottom of the screen, and there'll be a raise a hand thing in that reactions window. The chair will call on you and unmute you. Telephone audio users may dial *9 to request to speak after joining the meeting. Members of the public must give their name and address before they begin speaking. Please direct all comments to the chair. If you have trouble accessing Zoom or general questions, you can send an email to lcc@lunenburgonline.com during the meeting. Emails containing questions or comments that are to be read aloud at the meeting must be signed with full name, address, and phone number. Please be aware that if you are using video, other people will be able to see you, and that anything that is broadcast will be recorded. The agenda lists all topics which may be discussed at the meeting and those that are reasonably anticipated by the chair. Votes may be taken as a result of these discussions. Not all items listed may in fact be discussed, and other items not listed may also be brought up for discussion to the extent permitted by open meeting law. Each vote taken at this meeting will be conducted by roll call vote. Well, let's admit all these people. We're up to 32 people.
Here comes Mike.
So first, let's do a roll call. I'm Bob Pease, I'm the chair. Ken Jones?
He's muted again.
I turned on the, you can't unmute yourself, so Ken, I just asked you to unmute.
How's that?
That's better. Ken Jones.
I'm here.
Thank you, Ken. Rich Birch.
Present.
Katie Childs.
Here.
Carl Luck.
Present.
Jack Rabbit.
Here.
Jeff Viviano. I haven't seen him. Mike LaRouche is our associate. You hear, Mike?
He's muted.
Muted. I'm going to unmute Mike LaRouche. Ask you to unmute. Mike
I am
LaRouche.
here.
Thank you, Mike.
I'm here.
And Matt Merle.
I'm here.
All right. Are there any comments, any public, oh, first approval of minutes? Before that, public comment.
I'll be caught up and have those minutes ready for next week.
Okay, so no minutes tonight, Matt?
No, it's just they're very long, and I'm double checking all the accuracies on them.
All right, thank you. So no minutes, public comment. Any comments from members of the commission? Any comment from members of the public? If you want to comment and you're a member of the public, please raise your hand. Seeing none, we'll go straight into our first appointment, Ginny Albertson. Jenny, can you raise your hand so you pop up to the top of the list? I just asked you to unmute, Ginny.
How's that?
That's good. I can
Can you
hear
hear
you.
me?
Yes.
Okay.
Hey, Jenny.
Hey,
Jenny.
I'm wondering if the members of the commission read my proposal that I submitted a few days ago.
It's on the cloud. If you'd like, I can pull it up
I
on
read
the
it.
screen. Why don't
Oh,
why don't I pull it up on the screen?
if you wish. I'm Ginny Albertson, 50 Upland Avenue, and this won't take very long.
Right, so let's share the screen. So let's go back to Zoom. Let's go to screen share. Let's go to Habitat. Take it away, Jenny.
Okay, I've been overseeing the Lunenburg pollinator habitat at 123 Hollis Road since before its groundbreaking in November of 2016. And we've come a long way since then with the support of the Conservation Commission. Our focus is helping native insects by supplying sources of food, water, shelter, and places to raise their young. And it's imperative that this work be done. It really has to expand all over the world. One of my heroes, E.O. Wilson, said if insects were to vanish, the environment would collapse into chaos. More and more studies are being done. The decline of insects, it's worldwide. So for this year, Robin Venezia, Linda Hilson, and I put together a proposal for this coming season, concentrating on 11 threatened bumblebees, butterflies, and moths. So we need specific trees, shrubs, and wildflowers to be host plants for the butterflies and moths, as well as nectar and pollen plants that'll bloom from early spring through to late fall. Very important. We're asking for, in addition to funding for the plants and shrubs and trees, we need some construction sand this year, as well as arbor's chips, which I would like to acquire either by purchase or donation. If anyone listening has businesses that could donate some of that to us, we would appreciate it. We also hope to purchase some plant markers for ID purposes. So when people come through the habitat, they know what they're looking at. And when I give tours, I can explain why we've planted what we planted and what insects are going to use these plants. We're also looking for a donation of an irrigation system. I'm kidding, but we could, we'd love to have some more volunteers to help with watering and weeding. So I have up there my wish list for plants, the sand, arbor's chips. I think we can find our own chicken wire and hardware cloth. And the plant markers. So we're going to be 5 years old this November, so I'm hoping to have a big party. And it's looking like maybe we won't have to wear masks, but we'll see. For more information, my cell phone and my email address are on our Facebook page, Lunenburg Community Pollinator Habitat. And I want to thank you for your time and your consideration, and plant milkweed.
So Jenny, I don't see in your document what the total ask is in terms of funds. I see a total at the bottom of the plants.
Yeah,
I see, $138 for labels and pens and stuff. What, do you know what the total amount you're asking for is?
it's about $800, maybe up to 1,000, but that's our wish list.
Thank you. Any comments or questions from members of the commission?
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
I just want to thank Ginny for coming tonight. This was Ginny's brainchild a long time ago. And, she and I kind of collaborated at the beginning and brainstormed as far as where we could do this, and came up with a spot on Hollis Road. And I think it's worked out amazingly well for the pollinators and, the town in general. So I just want to thank Jenny and, continue what you're doing. You've got a great crew of people that are doing amazing things. So I guess I would, if you want to talk about it now, or I'm willing to make a motion to fund Jenny's wish list.
And the source of the funding would be the Hawes gift account.
Yeah, and I think that's a completely appropriate use for those funds.
Is there anybody else have a comment, or Ken can make a motion of a not to exceed 1,000 kind of thing? Wait, Tanner has his hand up. I'm gonna call on Tanner. Tanner, I asked you to unmute. Go ahead.
Yep. I volunteered to supply whatever you need for wood chips. I don't know if fresh wood chips are better or aged, but I've got a mountain of them right around the corner. So whatever you need.
Thank you very much. I will be in touch with you.
That's very nice of Tanner. All right.
Looks like Rich has his hand up.
Rich Birch.
Yeah, Bob, if you have Ginny stop in and chat with Michelle at Lakeview, usually she works with Michelle, and we'll donate up to $300 worth of plants for the garden for additions, either those that she has on her list or any others that she's looking for.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, and you've worked with Michelle on this, Ginny, so stop in
Yeah.
and see her in the springtime and give her your list and what you're looking for. And even if it's not things on your proposed list, if there's other plants you're looking for, she'd certainly love to work with you.
Oh, man, I appreciate it very much. Thank you, Richard.
No problem.
All right. So Ken, why don't you make a motion?
I would make a motion that we approve up to $1,000, not to exceed $1,000, to fund, plant purchases and supply purchases for the pollinator habitat to come from the Hawes gift fund.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, further discussion? Roll call vote. Ken Jones,
Aye.
Rich Birch,
Aye.
Katie Childs,
Aye.
Carl Luck.
Aye.
Jack Rabbit,
Aye.
and I for myself. Thank you, Jenny.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Come by and visit this summer.
Okay.
Thanks, Jenny.
And
Thank you.
Jan.
The next appointment is a discussion of a septic system placement at 25 Pearl Street. Let me call up the let's see if I can find it here. There it is. Now let's share that screen. Matt, who's someone here, Matt, for this?
Believe Dan Wolf is here. Yeah,
Dan,
he's waving.
okay, let me see if I can find him. Yeah, I'm gonna ask you to unmute.
All set, thank you. We've asked to come before the commission tonight based on a project that had a problem arise on it. We first met with the commission back on November 18th. There were some revisions requested to the plan. And so we followed up on December 16th, and ultimately an order of conditions was issued. The point to discuss tonight is that the holding tank, the 4,000-gallon holding tank, has recently been installed, and we immediately noticed that there was a problem with the installation in the fact that it was located closer to the wetland line than what was approved. If you recall, the image shown on the screen, the shaded in image, was what was originally proposed, and the commission asked me to move that as far to the top of the page as possible. The radius or circle that you see up near the proposed tank was the limiting factor. That is the 50-foot offset to the well. Anyway, what was approved was to have the tank installed up there where it says proposed 4,000-gallon tank. What we have just discovered after the installation was that the contractor inadvertently had been using the former plan that you first looked at. So the tank is installed in that first location, the one that is now shaded. I had a long discussion with the contractor in terms of the probability of being able to move that tank. And the probability is pretty low for the sake that it is an extremely heavy tank. It would take a crane to come in to probably pull that out, if that's even possible. And most likely that tank would collapse with the use of a crane trying to move it. As you can imagine, it's a very expensive tank. And what we're coming here tonight to explain to you is it was certainly accidental. We did not do that on purpose to get what we wanted, so to speak. We gained nothing by putting it there over the approved location. But what we're asking for is, due to the fact that it is installed, the whole yard was regraded and is ready to be seeded. We're asking the commission if they would accept this location, knowing that the work has been done and any future work to try to move it would only open up the soils and potentially cause more disturbance over a longer period of time. So we apologize for this error. I assure you that, well, I do know that the contractor is certainly gonna be watching revision dates from now on to make sure he is working with the most recent plan. So I'd like to hear any questions you might have or comments about this.
Comments or questions from commissioners? Jack Rabbit.
Yeah, Bob, excuse me, how did they put the tank in originally? Didn't they use a crane to drop that in?
The tank is dropped in two separate pieces with a boom truck, yes.
Mhm.
But now that the tank has been, there's a gasket seal in there. You can't easily undo that without breaking the tank. And I forget how many tons this tank is altogether, but it's certainly far too big for any normal excavator to be able to pick up at all. It would require a crane. And as I say, most likely the tank would crack or break apart in trying to do that.
Other comments or questions from commissioners?
So the tank, excuse me, Bob, Mr. Chairman, so the tanks are essentially glued together, or are they bolted, or are they?
The lower half of the tank is set, and there is a kind of a ridge that is in there that a bituminous gasket is placed in there. And then the top half is lowered onto that and compressed together. So it's kind of a gluey type substance. It wouldn't come across very easily, come apart very easy.
You couldn't trench it back and pull it back?
I asked that question too, and we're dealing with, during the initial installation, groundwater was coming in at the lower half of the excavation. And every time you make a move with the machine to scoop out another bucket load of material, you've got the water pushing more material in. So chances are you'd make much more of a mess trying to dig that out and pull it over. And yes, I asked all the same questions myself as we were trying to come to a solution here. I just found in my notes, the tank as one piece is 22 tons.
22 tons?
That's correct.
44,000 pounds.
Yeah, it's just under 44.
Couldn't get anything in there, Bob. Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, I don't think you can get anything in there big enough to lift that up and out.
I mean, a 4,000 gallon tank, I don't know what the dimensions are, but I mean, that's a good sized tank.
A lot bigger than my hot tub. That's a joke. Come on, laugh. You can laugh.
Well,
I don't know.
So again, I was in a position where, and I wouldn't do this, but we could have gone on and seeded the lot, got the grass to grow, and then came back to you at a later date asking for a certificate of compliance where I would have to identify to you that, oh yeah, and the tank was slid here. We didn't want to do that. We're coming to you as soon as we had identified it. In fact, we just identified it on Saturday. I was plotting things up and found this problem.
Mr. Chairman, through you,
Jack
Dan,
Rabbit,
what is the replacement cost on that?
I don't know about reinstallation, but I do know that the tank costs $7,000. Yeah, 7,000. Yeah.
There's a $10,000 mistake.
And the point I really wanted to drive home is the fact that I understand you're not crazy about this, but there would be a lot more disturbance in this area if we were trying to move that and pull it out.
Carl Luck,
Yeah, since we intentionally moved this tank because we didn't like it. It wasn't even this close, I don't think, to the lake when we asked it to be moved. It's very disappointing that nobody caught this, putting that huge tank in. But wouldn't the contractor who put it in be at least responsible for the labor required to put another tank in? I said this tank, you're right, I can't, there's no way to pull it out. I accept that. Would have to be crushed and filled. But wouldn't the contractor be responsible for the labor since he put it in the wrong place?
Well, responsibility is something that can certainly be discussed and debated among the parties involved, yes.
And somebody's still got to buy the tank, but this was the biggest issue, one of the biggest issues on this whole proposal. It's just
well, if you recall, the biggest issue I thought on this proposal was we had planned an addition off to the side of the house, and plans had been drawn up to reflect that. And not only was the tank asked to be moved, the whole addition idea was completely changed. My client was more than happy to do both of those changes at understanding what those limitations were. But again, this is just an unfortunate incident. And now that the tank is in the ground and everything's secure, I guess I've come to you pleading for your good graces to allow this to just continue here without further disruption of the yard area.
Mr. Chairman, could you pan back a little bit to see where the 30-foot line is?
So here's the 30-foot line.
Okay,
So it's
And here's
outside
the
the 30.
50-foot line.
yeah, okay, thank you.
Since I usually like to wait till everyone else has commented, but no one else is commenting. I think it's just downright silly from an preserve the environment point of view, to take and have them dig it out, fill a hole in and put it back in, where the commission wanted it. Because I don't think we're doing anything to protect the environment. We're enforcing our rules, we're enforcing the, the order of conditions as written, and we have every right to do that. But my personal point of view is I don't think we're helping anything other than sending a message to future people about if you don't follow the order of conditions, you're not going to get any relief. But that's just my one personal opinion, and any other comments or questions from commissioners?
Mr. Chairman, I agree with your sentiment. The part that I'm worried about is that we would be establishing a precedent and knowingly establishing a precedent. And so that's the heartless side. And the other side is I hate to see anybody spend 10 grand unnecessarily, as you do. It's 30 feet out. Mr. Bursch, can you come in on this? You have a far greater experience on these kind of incidences.
Rich Birch. Rich. Richard, you're not muted. I was hoping you were going to talk.
I just had shut my mic off. Sorry about that.
Well,
So a
that's all
couple quick points. One, we should decide if this is going to be accepted as a field change, which I would not be in favor of. I think if we're going to do this, it should be an amended notice of intent filing, as it is a substantial change where you are putting the tank back into the 50-foot no structure zone. That's point number one. Point number two, if they do go through with a new filing, can we maybe add some landscaping or conversion of bank back to native to make up for this mistake? I just hate to say, oops, my bad, and move forward, as it does make kind of a bad precedence to just come back in and ask for forgiveness rather than permission. And I think we should consider a fine where it clearly is a violation of the order of conditions. Again, just to make it so that it's not an easy precedence to just come back and say, oh, I made a mistake. So those are 3 points I think we should consider. If we don't accept this as a field change, I think we can kind of decide now, and then they can just refile and we can go forward with it at a later date in too much more detailed discussion.
Matt had his hand up next. I'm sorry, Rich. Were you done, Rich?
I am done. Thank you.
Yeah, Matt.
Actually, Rich just said my suggestion about doing an amended order.
Okay, Carl had his hand up again.
Yeah, I did initially put it up because, to your point, Bob, if there was discussion of moving it, it's not so much that it wouldn't help the environment. We wanted it out of here because if it's that close to the lake and a leak or something, it's a long-term risk, not so much the digging the hole part. But I absolutely agree with Richard. I think if it shouldn't be a field change, it should come back, and the two sort of mitigating approaches. If the, some additional replanting, there's on a beach there, some concessions like that, and perhaps a fine. So I think it should come back as an amendment to the notice of intent. Thank you.
Thank you, Carl. Ken Jones.
I guess I'm gonna be the dissenting opinion here. I would be happy with this as a field change. I think we have a 30-foot no-touch zone and a 50-foot no structure zone for a reason. It's gonna be underground, it's gonna be loamed and seeded over. And it's outside of the 30-foot no-touch zone. So I would be in favor of accepting this as a field change. Mistakes happen in the field. There were multiple reiterations of this plan, and unfortunately the contractor had the wrong plan. Mistakes happen. So I'm not in favor of any fines, and I'm not in favor of anything else beyond accepting this as a field change. So that's my opinion.
Thank you, Ken. Katie Childs.
I agree with, it's a very tough call, but I agree with what Rich was thinking, doing an amended order. You know, I'm not sure about a fine, but definitely some more native replantings would definitely go a long way, I think. But in the long run, I'm not for them taking it out or anything like that, moving it to the original location. I think it was a mistake, but yeah, I think amended is the way to go.
So, Dan, I suggest that we handle this as an amended order. So, do we need, Matt, do we need a public hearing for that, or?
The way it would happen is I would have to advertise it in the newspaper, and the abutters would have to be re-notified.
So, but Dan, you know, if you listen to all the comments, it sounded like, you know, there was, you know, a nucleus of ideas in there that could form a consensus, you know, for a successful amended order application. You know, I'm sure you are paying close attention. And so, you know, I suggest that you file an amended order. I don't think we need a motion or anything at this time.
Okay, I certainly heard that sentiment loud and clear, and we will be back before the commission to do it.
First, and let's hear what Richard Birch has to say first. Go ahead, Rich.
Just a quick question. Does the new placement of the tank have to go back before the Board of Health?
No, it does not.
Okay. Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Chairman,
Got
as far as that consensus goes, there's also 3 elements to it. The refiling, we're all kind of agreeing with, I believe. The revegetation piece, we'd be looking for that. And then the issue of a penalty. Are we going to discuss that now, or would we save that for the hearing?
I'd like to save that for the hearing. We don't have, I mean, you know, I'm guessing it probably would end up in a 3-3 vote if we had it right now. You know, if we were to take a vote on a penalty, we could take if you want to make a motion, Jack, about a penalty, you know, you're more than welcome to do that, but I don't think it will go anywhere tonight.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I think that no matter what, because of the precedence that's going on, we need to leave a clear message that it's going to go beyond just simply refiling an order and throwing some trees down. And there was a mistake made. We heard a number that said it could cost up to $3,000 for that builder if they had to come back and relocate that. I would take a third of them and I would propose a $1,000 fine. And therefore, that's a pretty substantial number. And at the same time, it'll leave a clear message for anybody else that we have the opportunity to fine you based on what we believe are the circumstances associated with it.
So, Jack, are you making a motion now to have a $1,000 fine?
Yes, I am. I would like to move, we charge a $1,000 penalty for this particular.
Do we have a second?
Boy, I didn't even get that.
I would second it for discussion.
All right, we have a second. Is further discussion?
Do we even have the ability to assess $1,000 fine?
Not in one day, no.
So there's your answer.
Yeah, I would suggest that we do as the chairman suggested, is that we hold this discussion until we get the NOI and have a, and have a hearing on it. And we can discuss it at that time and do some research on what we can and can't do.
Well, technically, it'd be up to $300 a day for every day of the violation, right? And so therefore, we've already had it put in the ground and relocated. So we've got a violation going until we agree to the amended order.
So is there any further discussion about this motion? Let's take a roll call vote. Ken Jones,
No.
Rich Birch,
No.
Katie Childs,
No,
Carl Luck,
No,
Jack Rabbit,
No.
and Bob Pease, no. All right. Thank you, Mr. Wolf. I think you have all the direction you need.
Yes, thank you very much for your time.
All righty. Well, we have to admit somebody else here. All right, on to our first public hearing. The Lunenburg Conservation Commission, under authority granted by the Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 40, Section 8C, is revising rules and regulations governing the use of Lunenburg land and waters under its care and control. The Conservation Commission will hold a public forum hearing for considerations of revisions to Commission land use policy. The supporting documents are available for review at the Conservation Commission office, so on and so forth. The meeting was scheduled for tonight, but we had a workshop. We had anticipated having a revised set of regulations for the public to consider and having them posted on the website. Unfortunately, the wrong Zoom link was posted for our workshops. We weren't able to hold it. So we are rescheduling this hearing till April 21st, 2021. That was printed right on this agenda. I'm looking for a motion to continue.
so moved.
We have a second.
Second?
Second, roll call. Any further discussion? Roll call vote. Ken Jones,
Aye.
Rich Birch,
Aye.
Katie Childs,
aye.
Carl Luck,
Aye.
Jack Rabbit,
Aye.
and I for myself. So we're going to talk about the regulation for all those people who have tuned in, who are interested in this topic. We'll be discussing them again at the end of the meeting tonight. Revision of the regulations. We have to work through some proposals from Carl Luck. We have to work through some proposals from Jack Rabbit. And then we are going to take and try and develop a question and answer document about the regulation change to be posted on the website. I'll be surprised if we're able to finish all that tonight, but we have another meeting before our continued hearing on the 21st, our first meeting in April, and I would hope that we'd be able to finish it at that meeting. So that's the way this is going to go. On to our next public hearing. Matt, do we need a motion or have we already continued Mr. Wu and Mr. Benjamin to the 7th?
No, I would take a motion.
All right, I'm looking for a motion to continue pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40 is amended, and under Lunenburg Protective Bylaw, Chapter 335. The Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on a notice of intent by Tom Wu and Scott Benjamin for work at map 137, parcel 12 at Fire Road 12 for the restoration of the buffer zone. I'm looking for a motion to continue until April 7th.
So moved.
Second,
All right, roll call vote. Ken Jones,
Aye.
Rich Birch,
Aye.
Katie Childs,
aye.
Carl Luck,
Aye.
Jack Rabbit,
Aye.
and I for myself. Another continued public hearing pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40 as amended. And under Lunar Protective Bylaw, Chapter 335, the Conservation Commission will hold a public meeting on a request for a notice of intent by Proctor Masonry for work at 203 Fire Road 16 for the construction of replacement retaining walls and the removal of trees affecting the current wall structure. And we're waiting for an engineered plan and it's not ready yet, so I'm looking for a motion to continue.
So moved.
Second,
Roll call vote. Ken
What date?
Jones. I'm sorry, further discussion?
Do we need a date?
Till April 7th.
So moved.
second,
All right, Ken Jones,
Aye.
thank you, Ken. Rich Birch,
Aye.
Katie Childs,
aye,
Carl Luck,
Aye.
Jack Rabbit,
Aye.
and I for myself. Pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40 is amended, and under Lunenburg Protective Bylaw, Chapter 335, the Lunenburg Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing for a notice of intent by Cynthia Ritchie for work at 137 Flynn Road to build a natural stone wall along the waterfront to protect against future erosion of the edges of the land and beach. Who is here to speak for this application? Aha, I'm gonna ask you to unmute, Cynthia. All right, and anybody else here, Cynthia, tonight?
I have our contractor, Brett Ramsey, who's also on the call, who I may
Oh,
refer.
Let me see if I can find him and unmute him. I found him. I'm gonna ask Brett to unmute.
I'm on, I believe.
All right. So let me get rid of this screen share I'm stopping doing now. Let me screen share some other stuff.
May I begin to speak about?
Yeah, absolutely. Go right ahead.
Okay. Well, good evening, everyone. Thank you very much for the time tonight. As someone who works as a superintendent for a school district, I'm very familiar with board meetings as such and all of the time and dedication that you all give, and many of you as volunteers. So thank you, first of all, for that. I'm here tonight to talk a little bit about our process first, to give a little bit of feedback if the committee will be open. Being new to this and wanting to follow the rules, I want to share that the journey's been a little bit confusing. Our process started in November when I made a call to find out how do we apply, or what do we need to do if we need to apply to protect our property. We live on Lake Shirley, and we are the one house that has the most traffic because we're right in the section where boats have to pass to get from one side of the lake to the next. So our land has been getting pounded for a couple of years now, and we've lost a lot of trees because of that. It's completely being eroded. So I couldn't get a hold of anyone in November, kept trying in December, finally got a hold of someone, started getting directions for the application process. And I'm a very educated woman. I will tell you it's complex. I went through the online system, was told to do the WPA Form 3. There's 27 different forms for WPA Form 3. As soon as I got more guidance on how to fill it out, nothing really applied to the project that we were asking for. The form didn't really seem to be a match. And I continue to do it, continue to do all the steps that I can. I want to give a shout out to Matt Morrow for his guidance. He's been really with us since December going through this. But now we're really at a crossroads because we have a proposed bill for having to spend $5,000 to get a formal map of our land, only to do this. And I just have a lot of questions about that before we invest this money. I have questions about the process. I have questions about equity, and I have questions about the goals, overall goals of the commission. And I shared a little bit about the process already and how the forms don't seem to match for this type of project. Questions about equity are in regards to many variables on the lake. There are people recently who have actual retaining walls, cement and block that look very nice, but they were put up within the past 5 years. We have others that have been completely able to knock down trees and have complete sand in their backyards. And we have others that have natural stone walls. We share in the commission's goals of keeping beauty, keeping natural in the water and on the land, and in the goals to protect the property. So we did some research to seek out Brett Ramsey, who only specializes in this type of hand-laid rock wall. And these are natural stones from a farm that are pretty much just hand placed to try to protect the property. We have a large shoreline, as you see, and this would be a huge investment if we go forward. I looked on your website for what your mission is for your commission, or what your goals of your commission are, and I couldn't find anything on your website. But I did look then on the Commonwealth of Massachusetts website for what are the goals of purpose of a conservation commission. And it said there, the purpose of a conservation commission is to protect, promote, and enhance the quantity and quality of the natural resources within the town, especially wetlands, wildlife, water resources, through planning, acquisition, land management, regulation, scientific research, and public education. And as I just put all of this together, and I know how boards are supposed to work, decisions are really supposed to be made based on policies, procedures, and alignment to the goals and mission of the commission. And in my mind, our goals are the same as yours. We want to stop the erosion and protect land. I can't think of anything in our project that will harm anything. And that to me is the aim that you have. We are in line with the conservation. So I guess for the commission, I'm at the point now where I've been wondering if we need a permit. We are basically asking to bring rocks to our property. And I can't see clearly where that's delineated. And if it can't be approved, then I wonder why and how can we best protect the land? And what would be the harm in bringing rocks on? So I guess in summary, I'm asking for you to look at your procedures, your policies, your alignment, your choice of equity among who gets to do what, and clarity in the process. We want to do it the right way. But I think we have so far. We've done our research. We've again found a contractor who knows what he's doing, and we found a product that is completely natural stone. So I ask for you to consider those and consider our project to line the walls of our property. That is all waterfront. We have a peninsula that sticks out, and there are 3 trees that are circles there that I marked that we want permission to take down. One you'll see, and already many of you were on our property, all of the root system is up. It's already laying down. It's about 8 feet wide of just roots because it's already been eroded. So that's the one on the right, and then there's one on the left, and then there's also one near our side dock that we wish to take down. So I have Brett on the call. I don't know if you need more information. He did submit a drawing of how he hand lays his stone. And again, he has several pictures and information, and he can share with you his design. And then we're both available if you have any questions.
Cynthia, I have to say, it sounds like you're frustrated.
Mhm.
But this tonight, the diagram that I just put up on the screen that I'm screen sharing is, to my knowledge, is the very first diagram we've received that shows where this work would be. That's kind of fundamental. And we haven't had a chance to discuss this diagram at all. And so I think some of your angst is a little premature. But that's just my personal opinion. Comments or questions from Commissioner Jackrabbit?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, I'm trying to raise my hand, but nothing's happening. I'm going to the reaction piece. First of all, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, through you. We did have a chance to go out and look at the property. And I know that we had spoken with regard to essentially the dry stack. Personally, I have no problem with Brett's farm-grown rocks. Is that the correct term, Brett? You grow them on the farm and you bring them in?
The New England Fieldstone.
And they'd be pretty consistent with what I had no concerns about that. But during our visit, we did notice that on that peninsula area, you see the 560 mark, and to the left-hand side, there were a number of trees that were taken down right at that water line. So I'd be interested in seeing what the plans were with regard to replacing those trees as well as the other piece. I don't see where, if you're doing it during a drawdown where there would be a problem. But at the same time, where I want to see, what are you going to do about the other trees that are along those lines as well, Brett? And Mr. Chairman, I'll stop there.
All right, I'm going to change the screen share for a moment before I call on Rich. Let's see.
The tree on the peninsula is already overhanging the water. So when it's fully in bloom, it's on its way out. So I can speak to that. The others, I'm not sure. We've owned the house for 5 years. Yeah. But do we even need a permit for placing natural rocks along our property?
You absolutely need a permit.
Okay.
It's in a regulated area. It's subject to the Inland Wetlands Act. It's subject to our town bylaw and our town regulations. And so you absolutely do need a permit. Now I'm going to call on Rich Birch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do appreciate your frustration, and you have put in quite a bit of research into this already. There's a couple technical things that the chairman did allude to. The Conservation Commissioners Act is what you had read, which was Chapter 40, Section 8C, which was the original statute to establish the Conservation Commission. The Conservation Commission also enforces the Wetlands Protection Act, which is Chapter 131, Section 40, which does list that there is to be no filling in a wetland. So putting the stones in the edge of the lake is clearly filling of the wetland and does impact the wetland resource area, which is the lake and the bank. So it is in our jurisdiction. Unfortunately, I just don't think you found that in your research. There's a couple other issues that do come into play, which is why we tend to look for a little more detailed plan, which is the floodplain. By putting the rocks into the lake, you are, in essence, filling the lake and lessening the volume of the basin, which does expand the floodplain. So that's one of the things that we do have to, by federal law, watch and maintain the flood levels as they exist today. So we can't allow filling of the flood area, the water area, without compensation somewhere in the banking, a digging out or some sort of compensatory area. So and the third thing in a more detailed plan is to ensure that the wall is in fact put back in place as we would allow it, or if we do approve it. So there does need to be, at least a minimal amount of measurements and fixed points so that we are ensured that the wall goes back where it's supposed to. So then all of the calculations do work as far as floodplain and not filling into the wetland itself. So I do appreciate that you have started with Brett, because he does know lots of the procedures of the commission. I think we're at stage 1, so there does need to be a bunch more research and submissions, so we know exactly what's going on, so that when the project does start, we know exactly what's happening, and when it's completed, it's what was approved. So I did hear Commissioner Rabbit state that this will probably be done during the drawdown. So I would imagine that would be next year's drawdown. So we do have a little bit of time to go through the procedure. So, but I do appreciate that you're doing a dry stack in that area. I do think that's better for the environment than just a plain old vertical cement wall. So I do think it's a positive project and will stop the erosion of the property, but I think there's just a couple more steps and more information and specificity that has to be done for this. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Rich. I'm gonna call on Matt Morrow.
Yeah, one thing I just wanted to point out was there were a couple of reasons why we required the naturalized boulders, which is something the commission has adopted within the last like 3 years. In your case, we usually consider these on a site-by-site basis. If you went with anything other than a dry stack under state regulation and state statute, over and above local regulation, not putting in a dry stack wall and putting in something a little more standard like a block retaining wall or a concrete wall with the amount of shoreline that you have to work on would automatically trigger what's known as a wildlife habitat evaluation, which would have to be done by, a certified biologist. Somebody the state would be required with either a master's degree or commensurate experience that's recognized by the commission. And that in and of itself is a lot more of an expensive endeavor. So by doing it this way, it would eliminate that need and also create the more naturalized area that the commission has been targeting. So I just wanted to put that out there and make sure that that also was mentioned. That's it, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Matt. I'm gonna call on Carl next, and then I'm gonna go back to Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, just a few comments. Very, very familiar with this piece of property. I grew up across the water from it and been watching it erode. So I commend the homeowner for wanting to address this issue, which is it just gets worse and worse. A few things. One on the in general, we need, what you said, we need more detail, but a few things that might help us as the process goes forward. There's a drawing that was just submitted that shows a cross section of if Brett did it or whatever, but it shows us the rocks piled up and the undercutting. What Richard said is absolutely true about the floodplain. We can't take away floodplain. I think in this case, though, because of the undercutting, I think there should be a little bit of flexibility, because it's very clear that the soil has been removed. So replacing what has been removed, particularly in the undercut. So I don't think we should penalize for filling the lake because the ground is undercut. So I think there's a little flexibility. The drawing, though, I think is excessive. I don't know if the commission is familiar with that. Is that what you have up, Bob? I can't see.
Yeah, I think this is a hand sketch that was
yes.
submitted.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Yeah. So I think that's much. You got a 45-degree angle, but it should go to the land. So I wouldn't be in favor of that. Also, the height. We took a bunch of pictures while we were there. A lot of this undercut and ground is really, it's nowhere near 30 inches in most of the area. So I think we need to be a little bit careful about the dimensions. And that's where Richard's saying we need better dimensions so that we know what we're going to get when we're done. We've got the right thing. So because in a lot of areas it's a foot or less before you get to where the water level is in the undercut. The other comment on the drawing, at least now we see the peninsulas, and that's what it looks like. There's a pretty big area of beach there, though, and this drawing is indicating that that these stones are going to go completely across the beach. I'm not sure you really mean that. So
We
you need a
do.
little clear.
Yeah, we do. Well, we'll have an open area, to walk into the water.
Yeah.
with.
So yeah. So if we approved a drawing that looked like this, we'd expect to come back and see stones, not beach. So we just want to, again, the detail of the drawing has to be better than this. And there was a lot of discussion when we were on site about what's going to happen over where the docks are. So we need better detail over there. And then the other thing that Mr. Rabbit brought up, there recently were quite a few trees, the shoreline that's near the S and Shirley, that's going up and down. There were, quite a few, not big trees, but, 3, 4, 5-inch trees that were recently cut. The brush was still sitting there when we were there, actually. So that should not have happened. I would suggest that gets addressed in the filing in terms of what the mitigation plan and replanting plan would be for those. And the only other thing is, whatever we get, we should get along with the regulation in enough that we can, we do a site visit with the plan before before the hearing continues. That's all I have at the moment. I may have got something. Thank you.
Thank you, Carl. Mrs. Ritchie, I noticed we got a quote in for you gave us a copy of a quote for a survey, for a formal survey. What was the amount of that quote?
Almost $5,000 ask.
And so I guess I'd like to do a straw poll of the commission. Do we think it's necessary to get an engineered survey, or could we work with, a drawing such as this, where a little more attention was paid to detail? Because I exactly concur with Mr. Luck's comments that you're going to want the drawing to take and show, where is the stone wall going to end on either side of your beach area. And I imagine you're not going to want to do stacked stone walls over in between the two docks, and we need a different detail for what's going to go on over in between the two docks, where the where the cross member there was broken, and some repairs need to be made. And that was mentioned during the site walk. I mean, I was on the site walk, with Mr. Luck and Mr. Rabbit, and I forget who else. And, and that was mentioned during the site walk. We need a diagram, that shows, where this stacked stone wall is going to go, or what's going to happen at the beach, what's going to happen at the docks. And, for the application to really be complete, we need to receive that. But first, let's go around. How do people feel about, do we need an engineered plan at $5,000 for this application? You can see.
If I may, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Brad.
Yeah, I might be able to clarify a few of those points. After that walk around, you gentlemen made it clear that no formal built stone wall was going to be approved. So we took your recommendations of doing a 45-degree angle erosion control wall, whatever you want to call it now. And I discussed, me and the Ritchies went over it a couple of times, knowing we weren't likely to get any further than being able to build such a wall. And that adaptation of that drawing essentially is that 45-degree angle. Granted, it might need some adjustments to meet the requirements of the commission. However, that wall is proposed to run essentially the entire shoreline, including between the dock areas now.
Okay.
And as you suggested, somehow rebuilding that walkway out of wood again above where the proposed wall would be, so that at least the erosion would stop and the dock in the future in that spot would not collapse again as it has.
Thank you for explaining that.
And also, just a little further, the beach area is very, very steep, and it is eroding. So that is one of their major concerns as well. So they are proposing, in fact, to run the wall across that large beach area with the expectation that they can put some kind of natural, we were discussing possibly reclaimed granite steps in so that they can enter the water safely, giving up their beach area essentially to be able to do that and get in and out of the water easier for them without losing beach in the process. So that is the essential plan at this point.
Thank you for explaining that, Brett. I made a couple of assumptions there which were not justified.
Mhm. And our timeline, if Brett can do the work in the spring, along the shoreline, our water line is not very high. It's clear, it's a couple inches. If the work can be done this spring, we really don't want to go another season with losing more and more. Our neighbors picked up another tree and cut it up for us this winter. It's at the point of being dangerous for people when trees are falling in the water. But I also go back to this plan. I mean, if we needed this plan, I wish we knew about it with the original application. And if we need to have all the parts on the proposed plan or not, I don't understand all the different quotes that we got. But it does matter for us if we can get started as soon as we can with something. And if the commission has another suggestion for a solution, we're open to it. This is a lot of money, no matter what. So it has to look good. Like, it has to look natural, protect, but not be like something just thrown together. That's important to all of us, and our neighbors too, with that.
Well, Carl, how do you feel about the need for an engineered plan?
I don't think I don't think a $5,000 survey, plan is needed, but I do think we need something a little better than we have. We need some references, and maybe we need some creativity on how to create the references. Maybe there's some staking and then distance from, we do need to get use a kind of stake in the ground here in terms of, dimensions and things. But I think if the drawing had some better detail, and I do want to concur, with Brett that I was expecting the rock barrier in the dock area that was discussed and reconstruct, above the water, whatever structure you need there. So, but again, even that beach area, clearly there's more to that than what's on this drawing. So we need, if there's granite steps or whatever, and they're going to fill behind it because there's nothing over there. That beach area is would be very interesting in terms of the detail of that. It essentially equates to a new wall, and we generally do not approve new walls. So that would be an interesting discussion.
Yeah.
But again, I don't think
But wait,
need a survey.
let me finish. I'm gonna take a straw poll before we go on, Cynthia. I want to finish my straw poll about the plan. Ken, how do you feel about the need for an engineered plan?
I guess I concur with sort of what Carl just said. I think we definitely need some more detail, but I don't think we need the detail to the extent of a $5,000 engineered plan. But yeah, the beach area needs some more attention, and then whatever we're going to do in that area where the docks are.
Jack, how do you feel about the engineered plan?
After looking at the picture, sir, I don't think we really need an engineered plan. I think you're talking about 1 foot. I'm really interested now that the request is going through with regard to how you're going to do it and the timing on it. But with regard to the question engineered plan, I don't believe so. I think Brett has demonstrated to us many a time that he's very capable of developing a drawing that would meet our needs. I'm not worried about the Brett part.
Thank you, Jack. Rich Birch, how do you feel about the engineered plan?
I guess I'll be a dissenting voice at this point. If it was a 50-foot wall or a 30-foot wall and a tree involved, I would be less inclined to want to see an engineered survey located plan. But we're talking 560 feet of lakefront. So one of the advantages for the commission moving forward in a surveyed engineered plan is that the wall will be going in the right spot. The engineer has to make sure that it does comply with the Wetlands Protection Act and our local bylaws in his drawings of it, and can go back afterwards and ensure that the wall was put in the way that it was approved where it was supposed to be. So, I mean, $5,000 is a lot of money compared to what? I mean, if it's a $20,000 wall and something's wrong and you have to go back and fix it, well, then the $5,000 wasn't necessarily such a bad investment to make sure that it was done properly the first time. It will also, I heard the comment that it has to look good. I mean, an engineer, this is what he does, is puts the walls in and has a good idea of what will work, where it will work, and make sure that the targets of the applicant are met prior to us approving anything. And it will also make sure that we have all of the information that we need moving forward to approve this properly. I'm nothing against Brett, but to keep coming back and adding more stuff that we're looking for or something's missing, I mean, it just really kind of gets drawn out, and I don't think it benefits anybody at that point. So I would not be in favor of just a hand-drawn plan in this instance.
Thank you, Rick. Thank you, Richard. Katie Childs?
I agree with most people. I think a engineered plan is not necessary in this case, but I would like to see something cleaned up, maybe with reference points, maybe do a separate drawing for the beach area, because somebody mentioned the steepness, maybe put some elevations, put the steps in there. I heard something about steps too. Just make it look really nice.
So it sounds like you probably could get this application through without the engineered plan if you had, a more detailed drawing with reference points and more information, about what's going to happen at the beach.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
I guess in thinking about what we've done in the past with other projects and, having people come back multiple times, I guess, to Richard's point, I think that maybe a little bit, higher quality drawing with elevations and things like that on it might not necessarily be a bad idea. Even if the applicant has to spend a little bit more money, I think that it would save them time in this process of having to come back multiple times to different meetings. So I guess that I would just throw that out there.
Carl Luck?
Yeah, I just a process suggestion going forward, Mr. Chairman. I think when we do these straw polls, which I personally think we do too many, but that's a different subject. I think we probably should let Richard speak first. The problem with him is you don't get to hear what other people think. And Richard had some compelling arguments, and especially as Katie pointed out, when we start getting into elevations, we already looked at that. I'm afraid I can just see, as Ken said, I could just see it's continuing because we keep finding things in the plan that are missing. So I'm leaning more now towards towards some level of engineering plan. Maybe the survey, maybe the survey could be reduced or something. But I can see a lot of frustration. There's already going in with frustration. I can see some going forward when we start, looking for things that aren't in the plan, and we go take a site visit and we say, well, what about that? So I'm leaning back towards an engineered plan.
Mr. Chairman?
Jack Rabbit?
Thank you. I'm thinking that before we ask them to go out and spend $5,000, I've seen Brett's work. I know he uses laser leveling. He could actually develop some contours for Miss Ritchie. And clearly we need some more delineation points. I'd be interested to see how far Brett could take us. And whatever Brett did, I'm sure would end up reducing the cost, the cost on that drawing. And it might turn out to be just that 3 more lines in an engineering stamp, and that'll take the cost down as well. But it's, again, a function of Brett's time against the other engineer's time. But I know that Brett does this kind of stuff with regard to measuring where things are, as we've witnessed. So I'm hearing you, but I would like to see what Brett can do first. And then we could go from there. Clearly, as they point out, the delineation lines, yeah, we're interested in seeing where the floodplain sits. those types of things. But if you can get them done and we're close, I would support either one of them, but I'd rather see if we can take some cost out of there. Thank you.
Well, I hate it when we don't have clarity.
Well, it's not clear.
Carl Luck still has his hand up.
Well, I put it back up. Sorry, but I didn't know when, if I was gonna have a chance. In terms of process, I hear, still want to get done this year. And maybe head off the next frustration, because I'm not clear on it. Maybe Richard is. When the lake comes up in 2 weeks, which is going to be before this work is done, we'll literally be working in the wetland. Is that acceptable?
When will the lake come up, Carl?
It's the 1st of April. It's got to be full. Or the state's going to be all over everybody's case down here, and we'll be having a problem with drawdown.
We're already pulling water over the dam.
Yeah, we're not. We're still probably 3 feet down. We get 1 inch of rain, and it'll be, it'll fill up quick, and hopefully it does. We need to plan on, the LSIC staying compliant with the regulations and being full by April 1st. So I don't know how you're going to build this without being in the wetland.
Go ahead. Mrs. Ritchie.
Could this project be chunked? The part on the right hits the hardest, and then the beach taken care of, and obviously where we have all the broken wood where the docks are. I mean, those are critical points that get hammered the most. Or is it one approval process for the entire thing?
Well, you could break it up. You could take and you could, withdraw your application for part of this, but then you'd have to reapply. We can't take and like approve part of the project now and then, later on approve another part of the project. It's a notice of intent. You need, you're still not showing up in the state database yet.
I do wonder about that too, because our checks were dropped off at your office on February 27th in the Dropbox. So I'm hoping they got processed. We've been checking. If you have any news, we'd love to hear maybe after this.
So you have not, your check has not been.
Nope, nothing.
I can check with the state to find out if they've received it. A lot of times, as you guys know, this process has gone in fits and starts because of the fact that all the state people are working from home. So there's been some pandemic delays, and that's been kind of a statewide issue.
Jack Rabbit.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A question to Brett. Brett, are you going to be digging into the embankment at all? Or are you just putting the stones on top? But I can't envision you making them look really good without building a decent foundation. How are you doing it, Brett? Oh, he's muted.
Oh. All right. I'm going to ask you to unmute that, Brett.
All right. I've had my my muzzle removed. Yeah, well, there needs to be a certain degree of shelf belt. You've got your erosion, which is created, there's the beach, or should I say the floor of the lake comes up, sandy floor. It's all erosion from what you've witnessed is undermined. So obviously there was far more shoreline at some point. Now that floor of the lake comes up, and of course the elevation of the lake does change a little bit over the season. So you don't want to build the wall at the very point where it erodes, because it's going to get undermined by future, low lake times. On top of that, you've got the floor of the lake is at an angle. And if you want to just stick rocks on there and hope they don't slide or get undermined or roll and tumble with boat waves hitting it at a good clip constantly through the year, they're not going to stay. You really need to have some kind of some sort of a cut into the floor of the lake to sustain the wall or pile of rocks even. That material is what I planned on pushing underneath the undercut to resupport many of the trees that will soon fall in the future if it doesn't happen. So it wouldn't be a removal of it, it would be a replacement of it, of essentially pushing it back where it came from, giving the bottom of the structure a very good chance of staying there forever.
So Brett, you're saying we'd have to do some digging into the embankment and to the floor of the lake?
To a certain degree, yes.
Okay.
It wouldn't be dramatic. It would be just enough to keep the rocks in place.
Yeah.
Rich Birch. Rich,
Is he muted?
No, I shut my mic off. Sorry about that. Yeah,
All
at this
right.
point, with the lake being full or supposed to be full April 1st, I don't see how we can approve any work in the water unless it was a true emergency repair at this point. So I'm not sure that trying to figure out how to do this after the end of the month would be a feasible discussion at this point. I mean, this is a project for drawdown when the land is dry and the water's 15 feet away from the shore.
Thank you, Richard. Any other comments or questions from commissioners? Carl Luck.
Yeah, just to follow up on Brett's, so it sounded, Brett, like from the point of view, you say push, dig down, push under. That doesn't sound like all hand work. Is this going to require equipment, or is this literally going to be shovel and hand
Well, I
work?
would use my mini excavator to pull it under.
Sure, okay.
Physically, it would be,
So that would, so you'd have to be, your excavator would have to be on the lake floor bed.
well, to get around the areas where there's thick woods, it would
Right.
need to be on the, it would probably need to be a dry shore, or if it wasn't, then the tracks would have to be in the water.
Yeah, it's a very wooded peninsula, which is great. It's great that you're leaving all those trees there, but yeah, I don't see how you can do this anywhere from the bed of the lake. Okay, thank you, Brett.
Thank you, Carl. Well, what I've heard so far tonight is that we need a much better drawing. Some people, would like to see perhaps an engineered plan, or something, with more reference points, more information about what's going to happen at the beach. Matt's going to reach out to try to figure out what happened with your payment and why it's not showing up in the database, because we cannot act on it until it's been assigned the DEP number, and it hasn't even shown up in their database yet. Although sometimes it'll show up in the database and they'll give it a number right away. Do you have any questions, Mrs. Ritchie? Comments?
I do.
Complaints?
No, I do. I'm a good listener. And thank you for hearing us with process, but also thank you for teaching us about some of the regulations we can't quickly find on your homepage. Two questions. I heard a couple times we don't approve walls, and I'm curious why. And I'm curious why some have them and others can't have them. So that's just a general question. Number two, we are going to go forward with the engineered survey. So that's, you don't have to vote on that, but we will just do it. We want to do it right. With that said, do you see any way or any roadblock or severe problem where once you receive that, there still may not be a solution for us to move forward?
Chairman.
Richard Birch.
Just a quick question for the applicant. What you're sharing with us this evening on the screen, is that the plan submitted to DEP for the notice of intent application?
This is all uploaded into your WP3. Well, it's the application online for your organization. I myself didn't do another step to submit anywhere else. I wasn't told I had to do that. This is the only plot plan that we own. It's what was sold with the house. So that's where it came from.
Yeah, Rich, I just got that a couple days ago, so I'm gonna have to send that into Kim Roth.
The original, this
Okay.
was the original application. This was in the
Okay,
original.
so that's gonna be part of the notice of intent submission. So I do think through experience that DEP may have a substantial list of questions, if that's the level of detail. So I don't think, Mr. Chair, we should get too into the weeds as far as what we need, what we don't need, or what we can or can't approve. Because I do think DEP is gonna have a fairly substantial list of information they're gonna require that is not presently submitted. So we should be a little careful as far as that goes.
Well, if they're gonna take and go forward with the engineer plan, those don't happen overnight. I mean, at a minimum, we're gonna have to continue this till 2 weeks from now.
It's at least 4 to 6 weeks. They told us they can't even fit us in.
So therefore, I would suggest we continue this until our second meeting in April at a minimum, which would be April 21st. Would that be all right with you?
That will, but, you know, again, as an answer to our question, are we heading in the right direction by getting a plan and asking for these natural stones, or is this something that they'll still?
All I can tell you is that we have approved similar applications. No one member of the commission can take and give you any assurances of an eventual approval, without reviewing the entire application. And I can't speak for the commission, but I will tell you that we've approved, similar applications for other people on both Lake Shirley and on Hickory Hills Lake in the past. And I don't see why this would be treated differently, but, again, going back to my caveat that I can't speak for the commission, or foretell the future. And to your question about walls, there's a lot of walls on Lake Shirley at the edge of the lake that pre-existed the Inland Wetlands Act and their grandfather, and we allowed the replacement. If they have a wall now, that was there, we allowed them to replace it. And so you may see a new block wall go up somewhere on Lake Shirley. But if that's the case, it's always replacing, a wall that was already there to begin with, that was grandfathered. I don't think you'll see any new walls. I've been on the commission 5 years now. I don't recall us approving any new walls on Lake Shirley in the last 5 years. These stacked things like Brett's proposing for you, but your question about equity, I think that's at the root of your perception, about there's a lack of equity.
What is the official reason why walls cannot be built where there aren't currently walls? Is there some statewide law on that? What is that?
Right, it's a combination of the fact that the state tightened the regulations regarding the requirements of wildlife habitat evaluations and wildlife habitat standard when it comes to shoreline. There's also a combination of the commission's 30-foot no-touch zone along the edges of wetlands, and sometimes it's lost sight of that lakes are wetlands, and 30-foot no-touch regulations apply to them as well. So if you have an area that was undeveloped, it's highly unlikely under local regulation that it would be approved.
Undeveloped, there's a house that's been there for, I don't know, 40 years, 50
I'm
years.
talking about, Brett, I'm talking about the shoreline, not
Right.
the house.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
I'm looking for a motion to continue this until April 21st.
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Roll call vote. Ken Jones,
Aye.
Rich Birsch,
Aye.
Katie Childs,
Aye.
Carl Luck,
Aye.
Jack Rabbit,
Aye.
and I for myself.
Thank
Any
you.
questions before you go, Mrs. Ritchie?
So our permit will be open for how long? Like, how long does this last if we have to wait for a whole other season?
Permit is valid for 3 years.
Okay. And if you're,
And
if
it
the,
can be extended upon request.
if the commission has time and is willing to look at the entire proposal, there were several sections that the land surveyor suggested we do. And we don't have to do all of them. I'd appreciate some feedback on that.
Yeah, I mean, if there's other work you want to do, we always advise applicants, put it all in the application. That way you don't have to start over again. And especially if you're, getting a surveyor now, an engineer now, get it all in this application, and so we can approve it all at once.
Okay, may we take down the trees that already fell over, cut them up now?
They're already on the ground.
The one on the right is for sure.
Matt?
Yeah, I would take them out. I mean, they're large trees. You don't really want them laying around like that.
I mean, I've always maintained that the removal of down deadwood is not a regulated activity. Have at it.
Mr. Chairman,
Jack Rabbit.
excuse me, is that tree in the water at all?
No, the root system is hanging over the water. Like,
Right, okay, that's fine. As long as the tree didn't fall in the water, that's a different game.
no,
Okay,
we've
thank
had
you.
that before, and our neighbors have been gracious enough to help us pull them out before, boats ran them over or something like that. They've been great to see them. So we lost them on our right-hand side. Our neighbors were helpful. We lost them on our left-hand side. So if I hear you right, I have permission for the 3 of these, or I have permission for the one that has fallen.
The one that fell.
Perfect. Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Carl Luck.
I would suggest just to keep the process clean that, that Matt do an agent determination on that one tree, just to address what,
For a tree that's on the ground, Carl?
I'm sorry?
For a tree that's on the ground?
Yeah, just what exactly what's the extent of the work, because as the owner said, this tree over, it's in the pictures, I think, and it's the root ball is up here. So what's going to happen with the root ball? Is that going to be removed, not removed? And Matt could make those decisions and calls on the ground.
And takes out.
The entire tree is completely uprooted. Nothing's in the ground or in the water. It's just laying down on the.
Yeah, exactly. When you
It's
cut,
laying against other trees, actually, not.
when the tree gets cut at the stump, the roots and all that whole big piece of property is going to go back into the lake. Is that what we want to happen? And that,
Can we just recycle the whole thing and chop up the root system since it's already out?
But that's why I'm saying it's good to have Matt to go down and check it out to see what's gonna happen, because the root system is still connected to the ground. It's still, you know, when it comes back, it might actually provide protection for this season that's coming up. So that's why I think it's good to have Matt look at it. That's the normal process. Matt can come down, make a determination, and you don't have to come back. Matt can make his recommendation to you and the commission.
So would everyone be good if we told the applicant that the applicant should work with Matt to make sure that the downed tree is is cut up and removed properly?
Yes.
Yeah, that's all I'm
Yep.
suggesting.
Thank you. I'm gonna lower your hand, Carl.
Thank you. Can you do that? I can do that.
Oh, yeah, why don't you do it? Excellent. So I think we already passed the motion, correct? And I asked her the question afterwards, so I think we're done now.
I think we voted on the motion, Bob.
Thank you for your time, everybody.
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks.
You.
Thank you.
All right, under
Well, did we vote
Lunenburg,
on that motion?
didn't we vote on it?
I don't think we voted on it.
I thought we did.
I thought we did too.
The continuation date, right?
Yep.
Or,
Matt, did we vote on it?
I don't see a vote in my notes here. It looks like what we've got so far is called the 21st. Jack Rabbit seconded. Actually, yes, no, you unanimously approved the motion to continue with the agreement of the applicant.
That's what I thought.
Much green beer.
I wish.
All right.
If
under
you guys
Lunar-
want, to revote, just to make sure, I mean, take 2 seconds, just do it.
Okay, Ken Jones,
Aye.
Rich Birch,
Aye.
Katie Childs,
Aye.
Carl Luck,
Aye.
Jack Rabbit,
Aye.
and I for myself for the second time. Under Lunenburg Protective Bylaw, Chapter 335, the Lunenburg Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing for a notice of intent by Joanne McGurn for work at 238 Fire Road 16 for the construction of a single-family home with a driveway crossing. And I would just say to the commissioners and to the applicant, Richard and Matt and I had a Zoom meeting today with Adam Costa about this application, about whether it constituted a disallowed appeal. And the notes from that meeting are in the Google Drive. And Matt put them up there today. So and because that was one of the reasons we continued it. I would ask Matt, have we heard from the DEP on this on their appeal to the DEP?
No, Mr. Chairman, I haven't heard anything from them yet. And I did get a message from the applicant requesting, just a little while ago, requesting continuance to the next meeting.
Okay. That's all right. So applicant has requested a continuance. So do I looking for a motion to continue until our next meeting, which would be April 7th, I believe.
So moved.
Did you actually open the hearing up?
I did. It's a
Did you
shorter
read the hearing
script
link?
because
Okay, all right. And I would second,
it's a shorter script, Ken, because
Because it's only in the bylaw, right.
bylaw.
right. All right. I'll second Richard's motion.
All right. Let's stop the share. Ken Jones,
Aye.
Rich Birch,
Aye.
Katie Childs,
Aye.
Carl Luck,
Aye.
Jack Rabbit,
Aye.
and I for myself. Thank you. Pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40 as amended under Lunenburg Protective Bylaw, Chapter 335. The Lunenburg Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing for notice of intent by Richard Tremblay for work at 386 Sunset Lane to repairs to 5 existing retaining walls, the construction of a kayak rack, the reinforcement of existing fencing, the removal of a stump, the replacement of 2 concrete patios, and the removal and replacement of an existing driveway. Do we have someone here for this application?
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
Ms. Carluck, I need to recuse myself because I'm in the butter.
Okay, thank you, Carl, for reminding us of that.
Okay.
Aha, Greg Roy. I'm going to ask Greg Roy to unmute.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. Can you all hear me okay?
I can hear you fine.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Greg Roy with Dillis and Roy, representing the applicant, Richard Tremblay, as you have eloquently stated already. And just a little history lesson. We actually filed this over a month ago, and we were on your last meeting agenda. And we respectfully requested a continuance to this meeting to coordinate with our Director Butter, Mr. Luck, in this case. And so a little bit more about that later. We're still kind of working that out, working through some discussions with Mr. Luck. But we wanted to come before the commission tonight and just give at least a brief overview of what we're looking to do, to see if while we're working things with Mr. Luck, that if there were other questions and concerns that we could address by the commission, we'd like to have the opportunity to do that, looking ahead for the future meeting.
So, Greg, are there things that you'd like me to call up on the screen?
If you could just bring up the site plan, Mr. Chair, that'd be great.
All right, I'll look for it.
Yeah, we've only submitted one this time, so I think.
Oh, that's always helpful.
And
86 on the set.
I will just say that we do understand that DEP has not issued a file number on this yet. So we do anticipate needing to continue this evening. So in that spirit, I do want to be as brief as possible. I know you have had a lengthy agenda already, and I want to respect everybody's time, but certainly appreciate the opportunity here to walk through the plan with your commission. And I also did want to say that I think 3 weeks ago, while there was still snow on the ground on a Saturday morning, we walked the site with a few members of the commission. So I think several of you have a firsthand understanding here of what we're looking to do. So I'll wait. I'm happy to share my screen, Mr. Chair, if it's easier.
And I'm almost there.
Okay.
So I had it and I lost it and I'm coming back to it now. Ah, here we are. All right. We'll go with 50%. Thank you for your patience.
No
Not that
problem.
you have a choice. Not that
I
you
can
have a
only-
choice.
I can talk.
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead and
Talk so
talk
long.
while I
I
look.
can only talk so long.
All right, so let's see. So we're going to share a screen.
So when he brings this up, I'm going to start from left to right and describe the items that we're looking to do. So I'm going to start on the westerly side and move towards the easterly side. And just to put you into context, Sunset Lane, of course, I'm sure most of you are aware, runs down a peninsula of land such that Lake Shirley is on both sides of the property. As is the case in all the filings that we do from this office, you have the edge of water delineated on the plan. In this case, it's an existing railroad tie retaining wall that defines the edge of water. So there is no regulatory bank that exists in this case. But we have defined the 30-foot no-touch zone, which is our first heavy dashed line on, landward of the water. Yes, thank you. And then the next heavy dash line is the 50-foot no-touch zone. There is no 100-foot buffer zone shown on the property because there is no portion of the property that is outside of the 100-foot buffer zone. So all portions of the property are within 100 feet of either side of the parcel. So on the easterly side, you have the corresponding 30-foot and 50-foot zones as defined by your bylaw as well. So starting from the, well, I guess one more point relative to resource areas. There are two other resource areas of note. There's of course land underwater, which we are not proposing any alteration to. So no alteration, certainly in a permanent sense, to land underwater. And there is floodplain, 100-year floodplain. So there's bordering land subject to flooding as defined by the Wetland Protection Act. That is shown by a very faint dotted line, and it's labeled 100-year flood elevation. I can't read it. 30.
It's this red thing here.
Yes, the red line. Thank you.
Yeah, it's over here.
It's
And
an
on
elevated
this-
flood. Yeah, it's an
And
elevated.
over
flood
here, and on
zone,
this
so-
side, it's over here.
Correct.
It's
So it's actually up.
301.22.
Thank you. Thank you, Rich. So it's an elevated floodplain as published by the FEMA flood maps, and that's depicted there. We are also not proposing any floodplain filling activities, and I'll describe that a little bit more in a moment. So, so now starting on the westerly side, as I mentioned, there's an existing railroad tie retaining wall, property line to property line along the wall, actually extending south in a contiguous fashion. And so that wall's been there for many decades. And Richard's, our client's plan is to replace that wall on the westerly side with a natural stone wall. Be very similar to the wall that was replaced recently in the recent past on the northerly side of the property. So that's sort of the inspiration for that wall. We would replace that right in place. So it would be a remove and replace. We would match the face location of the existing wall, so such that there would be no further encroachment to the water or no further fill within the floodplain areas, and no greater impact, of course, or no impact to the land underwater past the existing, where that existing wall exists today. The docks would be reattached. So we propose those in a similar location as well. The plan, I'll just reference it. You don't have to go there, Mr. Chair, but the plan does show pretty detailed cross sections for how we propose to build those walls. And I'm going to circle back to this at the end. I want to talk to you a little bit about the primary issue that we're talking through with Mr. Luck, which is how we're going to terminate the wall at the southerly property line. I'll come back to that at the end. The second thing that we're looking to do is replace the existing concrete patio and walkway areas on the plan. Those are just as they're, as I said, they're existing concrete areas. The applicant is looking to replace those in the exact configuration. So we're not proposing any additional square footage there. It would just be a remove and replace operation. So that's the, so those two activities would occur within your 30-foot no touch zone. So I believe we've asked you for a waiver to accommodate the remove and replace activities. But again, we think that you can do that without detriment to your bylaw, because it's a previously permitted wall that predates your bylaw by a pretty significant margin. And we're not proposing any new alteration in either
So
of
question,
the. Yep.
the existing concrete patio and walkway, is that solid concrete now, or is it the pavers now?
I believe it's a solid concrete.
No, you'd be replacing with something that's more permeable than what's there
Yeah, we're
now.
looking to do pavers, I believe. Yes,
It says pavers on the plan.
yes.
So thank you.
Maybe I believe it's deteriorated, Bob. So, we're certainly not, yeah, what we're going to put back in, what we're proposing is something that is a paver type solution. So it would have some open joints in it. But be that as it may, it's still the exact configuration of what exists there today. Moving along, before I leave that side of the site, there's a section of fence along the southerly property line And the very end of that, as it, right at the edge of the lake, the applicant would like to reinforce that post, set a new post, basically. It was never done in a real permanent manner. And so he would like to put a permanent post in there and reset that portion of the fence. I see here that my client asked to be unmuted, so I
Oh.
better,
And so what's the name of your client?
Richard Tremblay.
I see Mason Edward Tremblay. Would that be the right person?
Yeah, it could be, yep.
I just asked them to unmute.
Well, Richard's here too, I think.
I see a Richard.
That's Richard that wants to.
Hello, Mr. Chairman. This is Richard. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Thank you. This is Richard Tremblay from 386 Sunset Lane. So I hope that I can help answer any questions if need be.
Thank you.
Okay,
Can we
thanks,
go-
Rich. Appreciate.
Mr. Chairman, can we go back to the patios again? Because I just wanted to make sure that it was understood. The one by the water is the patio block, so it's just set in
Okay.
place. The second one was a poured concrete one that is all breaking up. It needs to be replaced.
Thanks, Rich. Appreciate that.
All right.
So the rectangle right at the water's edge is a concrete block paver patio, which we'd replace with new pavers. And then the rest of it is a concrete surface that's broken up. So
Thank you.
appreciate that. Moving east, again, along the southerly property line, adjacent to where it says existing septic area, in that area on the side of the house. We're proposing to put a kayak rack in, which would be, I think we have a detail on the plan, but it would be a post set in with horizontal members where you could stack some kayaks there. So pretty low impact. It's in an area that's previously disturbed, but be that as it may, it's within the 100-foot buffer area. So we've included it in the application. And then right in that area, right where it says existing septic area, you'll see a note that says existing 17 oak trunk, which is dead, to be removed. A while ago, there was a tree that was taken down, and the last, say, 8 to 10 feet or so of the trunk was left. So that's a cut stem, and the Tremblays would like to remove that tree. It's right in the middle of the fence. When the tree is removed, it would allow repair or completion of the fence slats in that area. So both of those activities are also included in the plan. Before we get to the driveway, Mr. Chair, if you can pan to the other side of the house, on the kind of pan up.
Yep. I'm working on it.
Yep. There is a short section of retaining wall behind that portion of the house, which I believe that is an area of the house used like a shed. So there's a short section of retaining wall there that would also be upgraded. Again, it's an existing wall. It would be a remove and replace operation just to upgrade the material. So then in the front of the house, we would be, well, I guess, depending on how you, between Sunset Lane and the house, we are proposing to replace the driveway. So again, that would be a repave, remove and replace, or, no further expansion of the driveway, just a resurface operation. There is a leaching catch basin there in the middle of in the driveway. So we would put a erosion control protection around that, either by way of hay bales if it's going to be exposed for a long period of time, or a silt sack in there if just to make sure we preserve the infiltration capacity in that thing. And then on the uphill side of the driveway, there's 3 retaining walls. The one adjacent to the driveway is a poured concrete wall that would be maintained. We're not proposing to do anything with that one. The middle one, however, is a timber wall, and we do propose to upgrade that one to a concrete block in this case. And again, we have details for each cross sections for each of these retaining wall sections. Moving to the other side of the site on the easterly side, right behind the shed, which you can see there, is another railroad tie retaining wall that needs to be replaced. So we're proposing to replace that with a concrete block retaining wall. We would reattach the stairs to the top, reset the wall underneath the stairs, and the stairs would be maintained. Again, I'll come back to that wall at the end. We still have a detail to work out at the southern terminus of that, because this wall is an integral, was built integral with the property to the south. So I'll come back and talk about terminating that wall in a minute. And then lastly, but certainly not least, is the eastern lake wall along Lake Shirley. Again, just like the west side, the entire water's edge is encompassed with an existing railroad retaining wall, which is many decades old. So again, there's no regulatory bank associated with this this side either. And just like we're proposing a remove and replace on this particular side, we're proposing the large format concrete block treatment in this location. And the docks would be reset and maintained in their historical location. I did want to talk briefly about we had the opportunity, and I do appreciate his willingness to meet with us on site. We've met with Carl and Phyllis Luck on site to talk about some of their concerns, which is great. We could, get some of these things, at least start the dialogue before we came to the commission. And I won't speak completely for, we'll just say that we're working to come up with a detail that's amenable to both our client and hopefully Mr. Luck, to do a termination plan. I told you that the walls were built integral with the southerly property, which means that when we cut the wall along at the property line, we want to be sure, we want to try to be responsible and terminate the existing wall that goes to the south, so we don't have a problem with things overturning. So we're trying to work and work out the best location horizontally where to do that. So we don't have that quite ready for prime time for the commission tonight, but I did want to just raise that to the commission that we're still working on that. That's going to be on both of the two easterly and westerly lake walls and the wall right behind the shed. So there'll be more to report on that the next time we come before you, but I did want to give you that update.
So we're talking about right here.
Yep.
And right here.
Yep.
And at the other end, it's same thing.
Yep. And we have some details that we've been circulating, but we are not ready to, we weren't ready to get them to the commission tonight. So
okay,
they're forthcoming, but they're not ready for this evening. So with that, I will happy to take any questions or any comments.
Questions or comments from commissioners? Richard Bursch. Richard has to turn his microphone on. He's working on it. I can tell.
There we go, all better. Greg, I'm not sure. I'm reviewing the plan that's part of the notice of intent. Is that the most current plan?
Yes.
Okay. Is there anywhere on the plan that you have called out that the face of the replacement wall will be no further into the lake than the face of the existing wall? Because unfortunately, you're ghosting over the wall. Looks like you're coming a foot into the lake past the existing wall.
I see, yeah. It's a good point, Rich. We probably do not have a note to that effect. The ghosting, the hatching that we put on there is really just intended to really direct your eye to that wall, but we can certainly add that for you.
Okay, yeah, because I didn't see it in the construction notes or any of the notes either that the replacement walls will not protrude any further into the lake.
Yeah,
So,
we can add that. We can add that note for clarity.
all right. That was question one. Question two, as I get to the existing shed and the walls on the eastern side, it doesn't seem like it quite lines up with your detail. I see a section C, which is the wall just east of the existing shed. But section C in your detail is a garden retaining wall.
The section C, I think, is the wall adjacent to the driveway.
Adjacent to the driveway.
Yes.
So that one on the northern portion of the property by the inlet, you have labeled as section B, as detail section B.
Well, do you see where?
So you may
Bob's
need
circle?
to just
Okay.
Yeah, you may need to relist them on your plan because you make no reference to section D or section E, which are your details, but there's no call outs for those in the plan. You have a section A, a
Well, I'm wondering
section
if
B, and then you use section C a bunch of times.
I'm wondering if you're looking at the right plan, Rich, because it's on my plan.
Okay, well, that's why I
thought there was
clarified. I'm
only
looking
one
at
plan.
page.
Well, I
Well,
thought there was.
on the cloud, all I had was the notice of intent application, which is this is the plan that was submitted. Looks like January 22nd is the date
Yeah.
on the plan.
So
Is that what you have, Bob? You're showing us?
Yep.
Okay.
So there's section D goes through the shed, the existing shed.
Okay.
Section.
That's this one, right?
Yep.
And this is section B, and this
Yeah.
is section C, and this is section A over here.
Yeah, and B is behind the.
Yeah, but on the plan, it's not called out that way. On the plan, it says section B for which is supposed to be section C garden retaining walls. Over here by the shed, you have it called out as section C, but that's actually section D in the detail. And the eastern wall along the water is section C, but it should be section E because that's the detail.
Yeah. I'm looking at
So
the
you'll need to
filing now,
update.
Rich. Hold on, Rich. I'm looking at the actual plan that's in the filing package. I fear that. No, it should be the same. I'm not sure what you're looking at.
Bob, okay, stop right there, Bob. See where it says section B retaining wall, the detail?
Yeah.
Now slide over a little bit more, Bob, so we can see section C. Keep going. Keep going. So this section C is supposed to be the wall diagram along the driveway?
Yeah.
Okay, Bob, go up to the top where the wall actually is on the plan.
Whoops. We gotta go over here a little bit. And we gotta go up here a little bit.
So just up just a little bit more here.
Yeah, I know. I'm
down,
having a
I
hard
guess.
time finding out where my cursor is.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
you have
and-
it called out as section B, and it should be section C.
No, this is section C, because there's 3 walls. The
Yeah, but it
concrete
says
wall-
right here. Yeah, but Bob, go up where it says retaining wall, repair required, see detail, section B.
I see the note. Okay. Yeah. I see.
Yeah, so the notes aren't called out properly, so
Okay.
I'm trying to figure out what walls we're putting in where and the construction
I-
of them, but they
I
don't
see.
line up.
I see the issue. There's a discrepancy with in the note, not the cross-section call. Okay, point noted, Rich.
Yep.
We'll fix it.
Yeah, so So I just don't know which wall where, I mean, I can kind of figure it out, but it should be proper on the plan.
Yeah, we'll fix it. I apologize for that.
And I imagine that the wall replacements will be done at low water.
They will have to be, yes. Certainly at the water.
Okay.
The other work could be done
Okay.
other times, but at the-
Yeah, the upland can, but the
Yeah.
two lakefront, lake walls. So probably
Correct.
just want to call that out in the construction that it will be done at during the drawdown period.
I have to admire your attention to detail, Richard.
I was
You know,
just following along and I couldn't figure out what
you know-
walls were being built where.
You know, I think what happened, Rich, and to the other members of the commission, is I think we originally didn't have so many cross sections. And then probably Ryan Vickers, the guy that's helped me with this, added some more at my request. And, you know, sometimes notes don't get updated. So I apologize for that. That's on us.
Any other
Well, it's a lot
comments?
of detail to put in. You know, you had mentioned briefly about the floodplain. I assume that you were gonna just go into detail that the new wall isn't gonna be any taller than the old wall.
Yeah. Yep, that is
And
the
the
case.
grading was gonna remain the same.
Yep, we're matching the existing grades and the existing top wall, correct.
And
Okay.
is that a note somewhere, Greg?
Again, if it's not, we'll make sure it is.
All right, thank you.
That is all. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Greg.
Any other comments or questions from commissioners? So Greg, is there any comments or questions from members of the public? All right. Oh, Rich, you got your hand up again? Oh, Jack.
I did not, but I did have one quick question on
Sure.
the infiltration basin that's getting put in. Is there any maintenance plan that goes with that?
So it's not a proposed basin, Rich, it's existing. What's proposed is the
Okay,
basin protection. So proposed inlet protection to be inserted.
okay, so that's a during construction protection.
Correct. Yeah. And we will, like
Okay,
we'll either do if it's going to be exposed, we're going to take the pavement out, and it's going to be exposed for a long period of time. We might put some hay bales there, but otherwise probably just during the operation, we put filter fabric in there, a silt sack, just to make sure that if we get a rain, that we don't clog up the basin.
definitely. Yep, perfect.
Jack
Thank
Rabbit.
you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll lower my hand. Through you, Mr. Chairman. Greg, you mentioned that the butter, you're still in negotiations with the butter. Is that referencing the wall and how it's going to intersect the front wall?
Yeah, we're just working with him, Jack, with Mr. Luck on exactly where we're going to do that, where it makes the most sense to do that termination. And what we anticipate is putting those details on the plan, a revised plan that we get to your commission after we finish that discussion. I don't want to be premature there and
Okay.
just something that isn't.
Yeah, that's what I recall during the visit. I just didn't know
Yeah,
if anything else.
And we're still working. I was hopeful that we could resolve that before tonight, but that's no fault but the busy engineers.
It's a good
So
thing. It's
I
good.
apologize that to all that we weren't able to be responsive to that tonight, but we don't have a DP file number anyway, so it's still a work in progress, but thanks.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments or questions from commissioners? I think I asked for comments from the public. I'm looking for a motion to continue until probably the April 7th. That go with you, Greg?
Yep, that'd be great. Thank you.
Looking for a motion to continue to April 7th.
So moved.
Second,
Second.
roll call vote. Ken Jones,
Aye.
Rich Birsch,
He's muted.
we'll come back to Rich. Katie Childs,
Aye.
Carl Luck.
He's recused.
Oh, that's sorry. Thank you. Jack Rabbit.
Aye.
Aye for myself. Rich, you with us yet?
The green beer got him.
I guess so.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
He's
happy
probably
to
eating
see
his
you.
corned beef and cabbage.
Yeah.
True that. All right, so one abstention. So it passes with one abstention. So Thank you, Greg.
Okay, thanks, everybody. Happy St. Patrick's Day. See ya.
Thank you, Greg. You too now.
Bye.
Bye, Greg.
All right. Pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40 is amended, and under Lunenburg Protective Bylaw, Chapter 335, the Lunenburg Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing for a notice of intent by Empire Management Company for work at 757 Chase Road for the demolition and reconstruction of a commercial building with grading and parking. And there's a note here, it's to be continued until April 7th. So I'm looking for a motion to continue until April 7th.
So moved.
All
Second.
right, moved and seconded. Ken Jones,
Aye.
Rich Birsch,
Aye.
Katie Childs,
Aye.
Carl Luck. Oh, Carl Luck.
He's
Oh,
muted.
Carl's muted. Let me ask him to unmute. I've asked Carl to unmute. I'll ask him again.
Or recused yourself.
There you go. Couldn't
No,
find the
not on
button.
this one.
Couldn't find the button. Sorry.
That's all right. Carl
Aye.
Luck. Thank you,
Aye.
Carl. Jack Rabbit.
Aye.
And I for myself. Okay. We're gonna skip violations and enforcement for now, unless someone objects. And go to new business, APR discussion and consideration for Pierce Road, Pierce property on Chase Road, 780 Northfield Road. I can tell you that last night, this was taken up by the documents for this are in the cloud. Let me see if I can call them up. Pierce, parcel score sheet, boundary map. Well, that's the boundary map. There was also a, well, let's reduce this so that the whole thing fits on the screen. And let's share the screen. It's my understanding that Pierce's are, Matt, why don't you tell us about this?
APRs basically run out after a certain amount of time. There are certain amounts of monies that are normally proposed, and the town normally would need to accept these. So, I mean, that's basically what it is. We did the same thing with Laney Orchard a couple of years ago.
And so it's my understanding that the town, it'll be 90% funded by the state, 10% funded by the town. What's going to happen is it's going to be reserved for in perpetuity for agriculture. And as soon as that happens, Pierce is going to turn around and sell it to Dick's, and Dick's is going to grow veggies on it. And I can tell you that we voted to approve it last night at the Open Space Committee meeting, or to recommend approval. We don't have the power to recommend approval. You know, it has to go be, the Finance Board is looking for a recommendation, you know, from our committee, Open Space, and I believe Planning, before they vote on this on April 25th, which is why it was added to our agenda at the last minute. And we did it as an emergency item on the Open Space agenda last minute, because there's a timeline there. Any comments or questions from commissioners? Rick, Jack Rabbit.
I'm sorry, Mr. Whenever you go to share screen, I can't, it doesn't work. Hey, question, that Dan's also donating 10 acres in addition to outside that contract. Do we have to go through any mechanism to accept that as well?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, the whole property, the way it was written up, I'm guessing, I'm just throwing a number out there, I don't recall, 90 acres. But there was another 10 acres that he's just decided to donate in some shape or form. And I was wondering if you knew about that.
I don't know anything about that.
Okay. I don't think I'd been drinking too hard at that point, but no,
If
it-
that's true, I would hope it would be over because this abuts Saliva Table Rock on
yeah,
the left. So I'm hoping that it's some land over there if that's true.
yeah. I just heard that for the first time and I go, oh, okay. I wondered you knew. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions from commissioners? I think I'm looking for Richard Birsch.
Just a couple quick questions, and maybe you'll have the info from being on the open space. What is the current zoning of the land?
Don't know. I could look it up real quick and, if we went to the assessor's website.
I mean, it's been in agriculture for as long as I can remember.
Yeah, but I don't think it's been, it's not, I don't think zoned agricultural. But I mean, I would certainly be in favor of an APR on this property as future growth in the town will start to go out on Route 13. And this is a large single parcel that can be developed if and when town water and sewer do go up Route 13. So I would certainly be in favor of it, and the town appropriating the $65,000 for the 10% match.
Is that what it is, Rich? 65 grand?
I think that's what, yeah, I just read the proposal.
Okay.
So the draft article, I suppose we should probably read it if we're gonna think about it. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate or transfer from available funds a sum of $66,500 or 10% local match towards the purchase of an agricultural preservation restriction on approximately 99 acres of farmland at the corner of Chase Road, and Northfield Road, Pierce's Christmas Tree Farm. The APR value is $665,000. The Commonwealth of Massachusetts APR program is paying $598,500. Project site is recorded, and to meet such appropriations, accept gifts, Yeah, so basically, I believe the town pays 10% of the APR value so the state is purchasing the development rights basically to the property for a total of $665,000, of which the town, if it so chooses, would offer $66,000 towards that.
And, so it makes this open space in perpetuity.
It makes it undeveloped. It's still privately owned. You
Yeah.
said it was
I'm sorry,
changing
not open
hands.
space. It makes it,
Yeah, so it is still private property. It just
Yep.
cannot be used for anything other than agricultural purposes. And there's a pretty substantial conservation restriction that goes with that says what they can and can't use it for. So
Rich, is that 61A,
what's that?
the classification of a 61A, chapter 61A?
No, because 61A is a tax abatement or a tax deferral.
Oh, okay.
So
this
this
is a
is-
permanent, it's like a conservation restriction, Jack, only it's an
Right.
agriculture restriction.
It's an agricultural preservation restriction.
There you go.
So it's still private property. It just can never be developed or used for uses outside of the restrictions that are placed on it. And I
Okay.
haven't read a new one. I know they change it periodically.
Thank you.
I'm looking for a motion to recommend approval.
I would make a motion to recommend the draft article be moved forward at town meeting.
Second,
Second, all right, any further discussion? Roll call vote. Ken Jones,
aye.
Rich Birsch,
Hold on just one second, because I'm not sure if there's something specific that has to be read. Matt, I
No.
just noticed there's a nomination narrative.
Yeah,
Nope,
but I believe the
that's not-
nomination narrative would be the motion for the town meeting vote.
Yeah, correct. So, yes, I am in favor of moving it forward.
Katie Childs,
Yes, aye.
Carl Luck,
Aye.
Jack Rabbit,
Aye.
and I for myself, and I will write an email to Heather at the conclusion of the meeting, informing her of this vote. So there we are. That
All right.
brings us to.
Mr. Chair, I'm heading out for the night,
All
and I
right,
hope
Katie.
I'll be in touch. I hope you guys have a good night.
Thank you, Katie.
Have a good night.
Bye.
The hell is that, a bird on the roof?
All right. That brings us to a continued workshop for discussion of changes of land use regulations and the creation of a document to inform the public about land use regulations. So at our last meeting, we left off with a discussion of changes recommended by Carl Luck, where Carl had quite a few, 20 specific changes to the regulations that he was recommending. And so in the introduction, and Carl sent me an email, updating, the unfinished business. I think we talked about the unfinished business from Carl's changes last time. And so in the introduction, the document process flow down from land management plans, not clear who we're awaiting input from, council. I can tell you, I put something in the cloud. I spoke with the director of the land grant program at Conservation Services. And he said that Massachusetts is a home rule state, and that local conservation commissions are free to place further restrictions on passive recreational uses on these lands funded by these grant programs, so long as they continue to be open to passive recreation. And I think I put an email in the cloud to that effect. And so Carl, where does that leave us? Well, I'm going to try and call up on the screen now.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Carl.
Yeah, that's good information, but it doesn't really address the concern I raised. The concern is we do have the land management plans on at least 2 of our properties. I'm not sure about the Hunting Hill, but at least Sleeper and Lane, or for Table Rock and Lane. And in those land management plans, there is a defined process for changing the plan. So I agree. Your input was that we can change the plan, which is good. But the land management plan defines the process for changing the plan, and it's not the same process that we've included in this regulation. So my proposal was, because it's very close, but it's not the same, that we incorporate that change process into our regulation, so that when we change the regulation, we are going through the same process as the land management plan requires, and therefore the change, if it does affect that particular land management plan, would also flow through. So we don't have to go through that once. Otherwise, I believe that if you follow the contract trail, that the land management plan takes precedence over our document. Our document is referenced in the land management plan. So the land management plan takes preference over our document. So we have to change the land management plan in order to change our document, or else they'll be inconsistent and they'll be in conflict. So it would be very simple if we would simply change the wording in this proposal to the wording of the land management plan, which is, and I'll read it. Says proposed changes to this regulation must be developed in close consultation and cooperation with other land use and recreation boards and committees, and a public site visit and a public hearing shall be conducted prior to adopting any proposed changes. So it's very close. It's just the language is a little different, and it would be very clean if we just adopted that language. We can maintain the final sentence of ours, which is, once there's consensus, the proposed changes, a formal hearing will be scheduled and the hearing will be televised. So the only real significant difference is we're requiring the hearing to be televised. So I think it's a simple change.
I would just say, Carl, that your request for the change is presupposing that we have to change the land management plan. Or it appears to me it's presupposing the land management plan has to be changed first. And that's not what the guy at the state told me.
I didn't hear that in what you said. Can you say that again? Because he said that we can change it.
Yep.
And I agree, we can change it, but we have to change it per the process in the plan.
And that we only would need to change the plan if we were going to change the uses in the land use table. So unless
If
we're
we
going to
change
change the
something-
answers to the responses in the land use table, the table of permitted public uses, there's no need to change the management plan other than just send them a copy of our new regs, because the regs are attached as an appendix.
Well, not if we make a change that conflicts with the land management plan.
I understand that. Are you proposing to make a change that conflicts with the land management plan?
It could happen.
It certainly could.
So I'm trying to make sure that doesn't inadvertently happen and we end up with two documents that conflict.
Rich, do you have your hand up, or is that a legacy? Aha. Well, I'd like to hear what other people have to say about this. I know how I feel about it. I think it's unnecessary, but I'd like to hear what other people have to say about this proposed change.
Can I just make sure everybody understands the proposed change? So the proposed change is in the current draft, in the second sentence of that paragraph. The second sentence is, when adopting land use rules and regulations, commission will establish a draft proposed changes during regular properly posted open meetings. I'm suggesting that we insert the sentence from the land management plan, which says proposed changes to this regulation must be developed in close consultation and cooperation with other land use and recreation boards and committees. And a public site visit and a public hearing shall be conducted prior to adopting the proposed changes. So I'm just
So
suggesting
you're
that
saying that in order to change our land use regulations, we'd have to take and reach out to the other boards in town and be in close consultation and cooperation with, like, the Open Space Committee, the Planning Board, the Parks Commission, before we can change our land use plans. That's what you're saying.
But that's what it says, and if that's what we're going to have to do. if we
Well, but
change
that's
our
what
land-
you're advocating with this change,
Yes, yeah, that's what's required in the land management plan.
but it's
That's
not
what's been-
required to change our land use regs. You're trying to
No,
make
it's-
it so
but
it's
it's
required for our land use regs.
Well, that's what I'm proposing.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I would not be in favor of that change.
Jack Rabbit?
I guess I'm a little confused. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. So in order for us to comply with the rest of the town, we have to address the land grant management program, that process that they use. Otherwise, we stay with our own process? Is that what that's coming down to?
So if I could just-
I'm not following your question, Jack.
Okay, help me, Carl.
Yeah, if I could. So we have on two properties, the land management plan. That's separate from our regulations. That was part of the procurement process of that property. So we have these land management plans that we have to comply with. But we are able to change them, as Bob said. We are able to change them. But if we want to change them, we have to go through the process that's defined in that plan. And that's the process I just mentioned. So
But just
that's
those
the
two
process
properties?
as we follow. At least two. These two have popped up. I don't know if there's other land management plans, but
There
there's
are
at
no
least two
other
popped
land
up.
use management plans except for the one on Hunting Hill.
So there are two properties that have this requirement on it.
Rich Birch.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, if I might, I do follow Carl's logic. I might add that it's probably easier if we align the two land management plans, the uses described or whatever section it is, and just insert the statement uses to align with our land use regulations,
But,
Right.
Mr. Chair,
rather than every
the
time
land
we
use-
change regulation and have to go back through and open up and change every management plan.
Well,
I mean,
unless the two land use management plans for the Lane property and for Table Rock are consistent with our current regulations. They allow bow hunting. They don't allow firearm hunting. They allow snowmobile use. They allow, they're consistent with our present practice. The only way we'd have to change those land management plans if we were to make a change to those. For instance, if we were to take and say no bow hunting, or if we were to take and allow firearm hunting in one of those, or if we were to say, no hiking, or no horseback riding, or no snowmobiling, then we would have to go back and amend those land use management plans. But if we don't do that, we don't need to do this, and this is a moot point.
I would agree.
Mr. Chairman, if I might, Mr. Chairman, I don't think.
Go
you're
ahead,
correct,
Carl. You have the floor.
Because both of those land management plans have bow hunting by special permit. And not consistent with our land use plan.
And if you take and you look at the email that I put in the folder from Brandon Kibbe, who is the author of both of those line plans, and what did he mean by that? And what he says is what he meant by that. The meaning he imbues the special permit is you have to look at our land use regs. That's all it means. It does not mean that there's any real special permit.
That's nice, but it's not the plan. It's not the regulation. I think we need to go in and change it because I do believe that was the intention, but but it's not what it says. And I don't think, an email, modifies the plan. So I think we need to go change it. I think it was done with good intentions, but the words are bow hunting with special permit.
So we need to change that, but we don't need to put this in this document.
Well, to go change that, we need to follow this process.
To change that document, we need to follow the process that's outlined in that document. To change this document, we need to follow the procedure that we're outlining in this document.
That's correct.
So one doesn't really have anything to do with the other.
Well,
Jack Rabbit.
No, they can stand separate. If the both processes were the same, then we would never run into a problem. We would go through the process and both documents would continue to be aligned because the change would be consistent.
All right, so riddle me this. Why would we need to have a site visit? So what site would we visit if, because that's what you're proposing. What site would we visit if we're going to change our land use regulations that we're talking about right here? Would we have to visit every single site? Would we have to visit? What would we have to visit? I'm confused.
It's a great question, but I don't know what the answer is. Maybe it's the site of those two. Maybe it's the site of those two. I don't know the intention. I just know how to read. And that's what it says.
Jack Rabbit.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. If we're trying to deal with that one exclusion to bow hunting, right, on the Lane and Table Rock, why wouldn't we just stick it in the regulations? You need a special permit from us to do the bow hunting and just leave it like that. Because we've blanketed everything else in terms of allowing bow hunting. Why wouldn't you just put that exception in there?
What's the procedure for the special permit, Jack? There isn't one. We'd have to make that up too.
If we just basically don't address changing the rest of it, aren't we allowed to make a single change with regard to limiting something? Is that, I'm just thinking, why then redo the whole thing? Why don't we just slip it in there like we did in a couple of other places? We've said Hunting Hill, you're allowed to do the following things without permission from the, the selectmen. So I just think this might be an easier way than this. And perhaps we ask Adam Costa.
I already did that.
I don't think we need to ask him anything. I think we need to develop our land use regulations, right? The way we want to see them developed. And
Yeah.
if we have to change those two, whatever they are, special permits or open space plans or whatever on those two pieces of property, then we need to do that. But that's separate from what we're trying to do right now, isn't it? Am I wrong?
Well, we're making blanket statements that we're allowing bow hunting across all our conservation lands, right?
Right.
And then the agreement we had going in, or we'd made whatever we acquired the properties from, we would have bow hunting only by special arrangement. Is
That what the author who wrote that meant,
yeah, Adam, I mean, Brendan,
Brandon,
yeah.
was that you should look at our land use regs.
Mr. Chair,
Richard Birch.
just to help Jack maybe, the land use plans were drawn up as a requirement of the grant, but they weren't drawn up and subject to the approval of the grant. So the town received the grant and the property became ours. And one of the final tenets was we had to develop a land management plan. So we developed the plan. It wasn't anything that was approved by the state or was a requirement
Okay.
in its exact language for the approval of the grant.
Okay.
So I would, at this point, just not include this language that Carl has and just address it by updating the land management plans at a future date to just state uses to be consistent with land management or land use regulation. That way there, anytime we change a land use regulation, the land management plan would follow suit automatically.
Consistent with the change process.
I see a member of the public raise his hand. This is a commission discussion and I will not be calling on members of the public. Sorry about that. Well, I'm not in favor. I am strongly opposed to this because it makes it potentially makes the revision of our own rules, which we have the statutory authority to do, extremely complex because we have to take and do it in close consultation and cooperation with other land use and recreation boards and committees. I don't know what that means. In a public site visit, public site visit, I agree with Ken about what sites we got to visit. And we are already doing a public hearing and we're requiring it for TV, that it be televised. Jack, how do you feel about this? Let's do a straw poll. I know Carl doesn't like these, but. It's a simple
I don't think
question.
it's a good answer either way. Either, we're in violation of an earlier agreement and we can choose to ignore it. But, and the problem that bothers me is we've made a blanket statement. You can bow hunt anywhere. But
this is not about bow hunting, Jack. This is about whether or not we want this language change.
Yeah, but to Carl's point, he's saying, look, clearly we can't, they shouldn't be bow hunting without express permission from the selectmen.
That's not what this is about.
That's not what it says. That's not what it says.
This is not what this is about. This is not about bow hunting. This is about if we're gonna change our regulations, do we have to do it in close consultation and cooperation with other land use and recreation boards and committees and do a public site visit?
And where's the problem with doing that?
What site are we gonna visit? We're gonna visit all of them? I keep coming back.
No,
to
no,
this.
no. I think you do the two that are in question, right?
But.
And we don't even have to visit them. We've already done site visits on them.
No,
But we
but,
do
but
need to
what
have
we're,
it here.
Jack,
Yeah.
Jack, hold on a second. What we're
Yep.
talking about is we're talking about inserting this language
Right.
into this document to change this document. It says we're gonna have to do a site visit to change this document. What site are we gonna visit? This is for all of our properties. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense.
Why wouldn't
What site are we gonna visit? Tell me.
the two that have the agreement?
But that's not what we're talking about though, Jack. You're getting confused.
Okay,
It's about this document is the regulations for every single piece of conservation land that we manage. It's not about two pieces of property, it's about all of them. And I don't understand where
So
the
you're saying
hang up is.
so you're saying it's way overkill
Yes,
because we've got 70 others. And we should just basically put this off to the side for now. Is that what you're saying?
no, we should just not include this in the document.
Jack,
Okay, I'm gonna recuse myself from this one because
well,
I hear what you're saying, but at the same time, we've got this elephant sitting off there saying, hey, I've got two pieces of property that don't fit this formula and we need to do something about it. So anyway, go ahead without me.
Ken, I think I know where you stand, Richard. Birch?
Sorry about that. Yeah, I am not in favor of adding the language as written.
Neither am I. And we have two members who aren't present. I'm not going to include this in the draft. What's bow hunting on land and table rock restriction, land management plan needs to be addressed. Awaiting Brandon
don't need to
Gibby
go
or town council.
We don't need to go through that again. But I think we at a minimum need to accept and have a firm plan date of when we're going to go modify those two land management plans to.
I think
address
we
the
should,
issue.
I totally agree with you, Kyle. In the minute we actually take and complete this process, I can assure you the chair will be scheduling that.
Great.
And that would be the land use committee and not our committee probably, right? Or is it ours?
Well, and that's an excellent question, whether it's the open space committee or whether it's the conservation commission, because right now those lands really are no longer they're under our jurisdiction. They're not under the open space committee's jurisdiction anymore. And so we have to revise those land use plans, not the open space committee. So it'd be up to us to do that. But I'll be discussing that with Brandon in case he has a different idea.
But in order to change those, we will have to follow the procedures set out in that document.
Yes, and so for those, like if we're gonna revise the land use plan for Table Rock, we'll take and we'll confer with the rec department and we'll send a memo asking for input from the rec department and from the planning board and from the open space committee and get them back. We'll hold a public hearing and we'll have a site visit
On those specific pieces of property.
on those two specific pieces of property.
Perfect.
Dogs.
Dogs. This was the, basically not changing the current regulation and leaving the language of the current regulation into this regulation. And in our discussion, the disconnect and the big difference is the proposed regulation uses the word control, and the existing regulation uses the language from the bylaw, which uses the language restrained. And I saw your email, Bob, or I'm sorry, the animal control officer.
No, that was actually the police chief.
Oh, police chief? Okay, great.
That was the
Um,
police chief who said that.
It said that control and restraint are basically the same thing, is the way what I read.
Yep.
So I would maintain if the control and restraint are the same thing, then why would we change the current regulation?
So let's look at the current says. Let's look at the current regulation. I'm going to call that up. Let's see. Apologize for the length of time it's taken me to find dogs.
Paragraph 1.6.
Thank you, Carl. Perfect.
Thank
I'm going to call that up. I'm going to screen share that. Thank you, Carl, for your help with that.
So that's the proposed regulation.
Yep.
The current one.
Right now,
the
it
current
says no
document is
dogs are allowed to not under the direct control of their owners or designees. The person accompanying the dog shall promptly remove feces. So you want to change that first sentence to what?
I want to continue the language that's in the current regulation, which is 2.20 of the current regulation.
And 2.20 in the current regulation. And the current regulations say dogs shall be deemed a public nuisance if they attack domestic animals or when they're permitted to run unrestrained on conservation property.
Yeah, it sounds familiar.
Jack, how do you feel about that?
I have my own comments, Bob, with regard to that, and I would defer. I mean, we're not too far off, but I have a lot more.
Okay, Ken?
I'm not opposed to it matching the town bylaw on animals. So whatever that is, I would be in favor of that, matching that.
Rich?
As there is already a town bylaw addressing dogs and their control, I would not be in favor of any additional language to that. Other than I don't believe in the town bylaw there's any reference made to cleaning up after your dog. I would be in favor of leaving that in place if that is not included in the town's bylaw.
No, I think the current, can you pull up to the 220, the current?
No,
language?
not our bylaw,
I
Carl,
think that
the
is-
town's, not our bylaw, the
Yeah,
town's.
I understand what you're saying,
bylaw.
Richard, but
Yeah.
My question is, why do we need to change the current regulation? I think the current regulation is sufficient and
And
there's no
So
reason to change it.
And to answer that, I would
think
not
it-
be
I
in
think it
favor of
addresses the people.
adding, I'm sorry.
Carl, go ahead.
I think if you pull up 220, I think 220 does include the, picking up after the dog. Again, I'm looking for a reason to change the current regulation.
So
Right.
Carl, in your email in your document that you gave us that we were start working on last time, you proposed the language that I believe now appears on the screen. It says dogs shall be deemed a public nuisance if they attack persons or domestic animals or when they are permitted to run unrestrained on conservation property.
Yes, I believe that's from the current regulation, but I think there's another sentence, which is like our last sentence, which is that they have to be picked up after.
Yeah, and so I'm proposing that we add that thing, and I thought we had achieved consensus on that in my straw poll, and I'm proposing that we adopt your changes proposed and move on.
I couldn't agree more.
Oh, all right. What's the next thing? The next thing was,
There are two was to add back in two of the current regulations, paragraph 2.5 and 2.7. 2.5 is the any behavior, contact, or activity that infringes on another's undisturbed and quiet enjoyment is prohibited. And then 2.7 is alcoholic beverages and glass containers are prohibited. The proposal is that we not delete those, which is essentially what we've done here.
And I believe now we've discussed the quiet enjoyment 3 times with the same outcome. Although, and I had not remembered that we were going to ask Katie about that. I did remember we were going to ask Katie about alcoholic beverages and glass containers, but she's not here tonight. So I'm proposing we push that off, and hopefully we'll have a full board when we meet on the 7th. Are you good with that, Carl?
Yeah, I understand on the 2.5, the alcoholic beverages. I don't know why we have to push that off again, because the big discussion we had last time was, we were get rid of things that were covered elsewhere, and that is not covered elsewhere, but I'm okay with pushing it again. That's fine.
I guess it is covered elsewhere. I mean, you can't have an open container of alcohol in public, really, anywhere. It's against the law, isn't it?
That's not the requirement, though, Ken. If I could, it's that you can't have an alcoholic. You can't have alcohol, whether it's open or closed. That was the whole discussion last time. The law prohibits open containers, but our current regulation prohibits any alcohol, whether it's open or closed.
All right, so if I go to the grocery store, I'm playing devil's advocate here, Carl, okay?
Oh, good.
And I'd like to do that. So I go to the grocery store, I stop and I buy a 6-pack of beer to bring home with me. I stop on my way home to go for a walk at Cowdery, and the alcohol is in my car from the groceries with all my other groceries. I lock my car, I go for a hike. Technically, I'm in violation of that bylaw, of this regulation, correct?
Yep.
Okay, so
Yeah.
we're creating.
Technically, but that's a stretch. But if you're
It's not a stretch. It's what you're proposing. It's not necessary. We're creating problems that we don't need. We're creating issues that aren't problems. It doesn't need to be in there. You can't have an open container of alcohol. You can't drink a beer at the Cowdery lot because it's already against the law. We don't need to put it in here. I guess I just don't see what the issue is.
Well, the issue is people having alcohol on conservation land and hiking, and quite frankly, it is included. I believe, I can't find it right now, but I think it's included in the in Hunting Hill restrictions, as an example, that there's no alcohol. So it's a common thing, and and it's in the current regulation. I don't know why. Again, we're essentially deleting that requirement that currently exists, and I don't know why we would delete it.
But why does it need to be there in the first place?
Well, Mr. Chair,
Jack Rabbit.
I've had a chance to look at a lot of other conservation commissions in the local towns. They all carry a similar phrase with regard to alcoholic beverage, breach of peace, disorderly conduct. They're all in there and it's spelled out. The only thing a couple of them that even mentioned glass containers. I don't see why we would remove that. And I don't see a big problem with reminding people when they go into the regs that, hey, you know what, it's illegal in our place as well as the rest of the town. No, we're kind of a little different. And I think we should be taking that opportunity to remind people it doesn't work. You can't have an open container. You can't be drunk. You can't do a breach of peace. You can't just do disorderly conduct. Alcoholic beverages and glass containers are prohibited. Now, Ken's got a really good point. Should we put in there, except in the parking lot? I don't think that's necessary. And it's stowed away in your car in the parking lot. I don't think that's really needed, but if you think it is, put it in there. But the other towns are doing the same thing. I don't understand why we're so leery of putting something in there, and that people should know this already, because a lot of them don't. And I'll show you examples where, in my part, where I think that
Thank you.
You gotta put
Rich,
it
how do you
in.
feel about this? You mind change on this at all?
Mr. Chairman, one other data point, I just looked at the two land management plans we have that we talked about earlier, and they both prohibit alcoholic beverages.
Yeah, I'm fine putting it in. You've worn me down to a nub.
Oh, gosh, no, don't say. That's never
A
happened.
nub,
How'd you do that, Carl?
a literal nub.
Love.
So do I put nub in the minutes with a K or just with an N?
I'm
No.
glad you asked that.
Isn't
man.
it
I love-
NIP? Isn't it, wasn't it NIP NIP?
No, nub.
So again, given the high level of ennui here and the lack of agreement, I'd like to push these two off till sometime when we have a full board.
Okay,
Mr. Chairman?
will you start off as a nub, Bob, next time, or we have to start all over again?
No, I'll regrow.
Mr.
Okay.
Chairman, just a quick
I'm afraid of that.
piece here. I'm red-green colorblind, and I'm having a really hard time seeing this, this screen, and that nice.
What green?
You get some red in there, don't you?
Yeah,
Yeah, I can't see it. All it
here, I'll
does,
make it all black. How's that?
well, you can make it blue or some other color, the changes that you want to make, but it just is really hard for us people to see reds and greens, that's all. And 1 out of every 7 males is in my predicament.
Oh, that's because I got track change on. I can't make it black.
Yeah, I tried to do it. It didn't work.
Yeah, you can't do that on a track document change.
I can do this. I can accept the insertion and I can accept the deletion. There you go. And I can correct the spelling of animals.
There you go.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Was
So,
I the
Mr.
only
Chairman,
one
there
having a
was-
hard time seeing?
Yeah. There was only one other thing which wasn't on my summary list because when I got the document update that you had sent, I thought we had agreed to insert last time, but I couldn't find it, that bicycles had to stay on trails, on marked trails, not marked bicycle trails, but marked trails. I thought we had agreed.
We
to
had
insert that.
talked about that. And because you were trying to rework the definition of passive recreation. And after about 10 minutes of discussion, people said, we're not going to mess with the statutory definition of passive outdoor recreation. We're not going to change a period or a comma or anything else in there. We're going to go with the full definition of statutory recreation. And I remember Richard, and if you recall, Richard asked me, is it really a problem? People riding, straight through the woods. And I said, no. And if you recall that, we put that to bed last time, Carl.
I thought we put it to bed by saying we just add a paragraph, not mess with the definition, but that we would just add a paragraph. And my understanding from one of the authors.
And I'm happy to do that, but I remember this discussion where Richard said, is it necessary? Is it a problem? Why are we putting it in here? If you ride your bike through the woods, it tears your derailleur off. It costs you a lot of money. You end up having to walk out of the woods. It's not really an issue. What's the issue is people making new trails, which is a different problem, but that's not a ride on existing trails.
Yeah, I know. And I agree, Bob, and I've reached out to some friends who do a lot of trail biking, and they said, no, we're not crazy. We're not going to go off the trail. But if I could read from Sharon Jordan, who was one of the co-authors of the current regulation back in 2011, her letter to us, her first point number 1 was that trail bicycling is no longer restricted on the marked trails. that restriction was put in explicitly because trail bikers were found to have cut multiple new illegal trails through the forest. The trail bike representative group knew that should not have been done, and they apologized and helped with the cleanup and agreed to this restriction. So,
And, you know, and
it
so we
hastens
have
any level
down
that-
here that you can't make new trails, reroute trails, or anything else without the prior permission of the commission.
I think that covers it.
And I
Okay.
might add that just, I think it's discriminatory towards bikers. Because I think honestly, the biggest offenders to that are ATV riders that are riding through the woods and making new trails. Walkers can walk through the woods and make new trails. So now we're telling bikers that they can't freelance, but people can walk through the woods. And I mean, I have yet to see us actually find a ATV rider on our property. So I do think that just cutting no new trails covers everybody and gets a little redundant to just pick on bikers.
Anything else, Carl?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. So Jack,
Oh, God.
oh, before we get to Jack,
I mean, we haven't got to the hunting piece yet, of course, but
that's true.
that was deferred.
Before we get to Jack, sorry to do this to you, Jack. I got suggested language from Adam Costa, which suggests about Hunting Hills. When, you know, after he saw the land use management plan for Hunting Hills, that includes its own regulations. And it shows that the land use management plan that Hunting Hills is not governed by the Lunenburg Conservation Commission. It's governed by a three-part board, which has never met since 1999, consisting of a representative from the Lunenburg Conservation Commission, a representative from the Shirley Conservation Commission, and a representative from the Division of Fisheries and Wildlife. Adam suggested we add this language. It says, with regard to the use and enjoyment of Hunting Hills Conservation Easement, the provisions of these land use regulations are preempted by the conservation restriction negotiated by and between the New England Forestry Foundation Incorporated, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts acting by and through its Department of Fisheries, Wildlife, and Environmental Law and its enforcement, and its Division of Fisheries and Wildlife in the town of Lunenburg and Shirley, dated April 29th, 1999, and recorded with the Worcester Registry of Deeds at book 3380, page 112, including but not limited to the land use and management plan and accompanying regulations incorporated as Appendix D, and that we add, you know, the regulations for Hunting Hills as an Appendix D, and that we strike through, you know, 2.51 where it says hunting with firearms is allowed on the Hunting Hills Wildlife Management Area, you know, so on and so forth. And without further permission and yada, yada, yada. Can you read that, Jack, even though it's in red?
Yeah, I appreciate it, Bob. Thank you. So we're not saying there in that particular section where they were going to allow hunting with a firearm?
We're saying we don't have the power to regulate it. It's not within our purview.
So we're not, so we shouldn't say something with it's okay to use your firearm in that area?
We don't make the regulations for there.
It's outside of it, yeah.
Someone else makes those regulations, a three-part board, a three representative board from Shirley, us, and Fisheries and Wildlife.
Wow. Hey, Bob, 2 points, if I could.
Yes, sir.
I pulled out a document from the Mass Wildlife, and they say that separated by the Hunting Hills area is separated by two parcels, one in Townsend and one in Groton. So the Groton doesn't participate in this?
No, that's not right.
And then owned by Shirley and Lunenburg Conservation Commissions. So what's been published by the state is not correct.
If it says Groton, it's not correct.
Okay, well, it says Hunting Hills is separate in two parcels, one in Townsend and one in Groton. The wildlife management area abuts Hunting Hills wildlife conservation area and WCS along the parcels of conservation land owned by Shirley and Lunenburg Conservation Commissions.
Yeah, that's in Townsend.
Well, it's in Townsend and part of it does extend into Groton. That's the state portion.
Yeah,
That portion has nothing to do with this conservation restriction.
but it says the land is owned by Shirley and Lunenburg Conservation because it's a WCR.
It is. We own the land, but we have forfeited with these agreements. We forfeited with that conservation, we forfeited our right to develop our own regulations on it.
Huh. Well, Adam knows more than we do, more than I do.
Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman, just a comment. I like this direction because that language is good. It's accurate, obviously. And it does deal with the fact that the regulations on Hunting Hill would conflict with our regulations if we didn't have a statement like that, because it has different hours. Especially the regulation we're now proposing to put in place, it would conflict with it. So I would support inserting this and getting rid of 251.
Thank you. How do you feel about this, Ken?
I agree.
How do you feel about this, Rich Birch?
I'm in favor of it as proposed by the town attorney.
Thank you so much. So I'm gonna make this change.
I would too. I support it too.
You already said that, Jack.
Oh, okay.
But you can say it again. Go ahead.
I do support this, Bob, with all my heart.
Oh, good.
Forever and ever.
All right. So
Okay.
now, I will make this, I'm not gonna do it right now for the interest of time, but after the meeting, when I take and I redo the draft and I send it out, I will take and incorporate this in and send it out to everybody. So I'm gonna stop this screen share. I'm gonna call up Jack's latest missive.
And I'm gonna go fast. Hey, Bob, if you want, you can give me control and I can go through it even faster. Do you dare? Do you dare?
Yeah. Careful.
My wildest dreams come true. Mike, stop laughing. Oh, gosh.
Okay, I have turned on allow participants to screen share.
Oh, you have? Okay.
I have.
Okay, let me,
If you go too long, I'll turn it off.
no, come on, be nice. Okay, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna drag the whole thing over.
Why would I start now, Jack?
You know, miracles happen, Bob. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna share that.
It's 10:09, Jack.
Okay, here you go.
You got to 10:39. Go.
Okay, here we go, my good friends. I've outlined the areas that I'm suggesting we make the changes, and I will take you to the slides we're going. First of all, the other conservation commissions use a mission statement at the very beginning, and I don't anticipate we're going to work our way through this tonight for sure, especially in about the 29 minutes I got left. So anyway, but we do want to have a mission statement, and I pulled this. These are kind of subsets of Weston and Sudbury. I've even gone up to Alberta, Canada to pull down some mission statements to look at them. Okay, from a town perspective, what we're primarily talking about is we got 27 square miles. Conservation controls about 13%. Bob, and I know, thank you very much. Bob and I have been going back and forth a little bit in terms of trying to iron out what do we really own? How many acreage to each parcel? And I think this is a great exercise, Bob, because I've not been able to find anything. So anyway, we own 13% of that play, right? And, okay, did I get that right? Yeah, I'm having a sign. So can I make this smaller? Yes, I can make it a little smaller. Okay, 2 points that we have in the population of 11,000.
Jack, if you
Yeah.
take and you put it on slideshow and you get rid of the thing, you'll
I'm-
occupy more of the screen.
Yeah, let me try that. I'm using that to read ahead, but that's all right, Bob. Let's see what happens. Okay, did it take, now I need to drag, okay, can you see the whole thing? What the heck? Hold on a second. Yeah,
Click on, stop your notes, and then that'll get rid of that. And you'll be occupying even
Okay.
more of the screen.
right. So how do I kill the notes here? No notes. No.
It's fine the way it is. We can see it.
Go ahead.
That's
Okay,
fine.
let me go and I'll slide that over. Okay. So here we go. Right now, if you look at the percentage of licensed hunters, it's 2.3% of the town population. The other 97% are folks who do other things in our conservation areas, right? And right now we've shotgun hunting, bow hunting, shotgun, nothing else. If you look at the other parts of what the population does, you know, whether it's the camping, the hiking, the bird watching, Bob out on his bicycle, somebody chasing his dogs down, the kids, you get it. Even geocaching and orienteering, even old folks like Mike going out in the woods and looking at the trees. There's a tremendous number of other activities that, as you'll see, aren't necessarily compatible. One of the things that we just, you know, we know that this is a state publication. It says many towns allow hunting on municipal lands, which is sometimes called conservation lands. Some towns do not allow hunting and others restrict the use of firearms. You have to contact the town to know. Okay, so how are they going to contact? That goes to the argument saying, shouldn't our manual make that readily apparent? Okay, there's another interesting thing. I had an amazing conversation last week with a person whose family owns a farm. And they are complaining that saying they're putting up the posted no hunting signs, but they're getting torn down. And basically they're saying that finding a place to hunt and the land requires research and planning, but well worth the effort. Barring a town regulation in Massachusetts, you don't need permission to hunt on private land. Now, as you'll recall, we did pass a regulation. We passed a regulation that restricted the discharge of a firearm. No person shall fire or discharge any firearms or explosives of any kind within the limits of the highway, park, or public property, except with the consent of the selectmen, nor any private property except with the consent of the owner or legal occupant. We have passed a law that says if it's private property, you're trespassing. And in fact, if you're going out there, you're poaching. Now, this particular individual shared a story with me where his parents have attempted to try and restrict it. The signs have been gone down, even to the point where they found 4 game cams on their property. We need to let the town know that somehow, perhaps even in our regulations, we want to load something in that says, folks, you just can't go on somebody's private property and hunt without their permission. Okay, in terms of looking at the overall land area, and I'm not going to try and spend a lot of time there, but basically it's 11.3% of what we control, we allow shotgun hunting on it. And by the way, we've granted 100% of the Lunenburg Conservation Land and Trust allowing bow hunting. Additionally, outside of us, there's a ton of potential to go into our Chapter 61 areas and do some hunting with the permission of the owners. If we were to look at the areas that we are controlling and you're adding the Northwest properties, you're talking about going up to 28% of our land is now would now become available to shotgunners or hunters, game people. Now, just for a quick, there's a WMA and WCE, the conservation areas. With regard to our property, I'm doing this for a lot of people that don't even know where we are, but essentially small town forest sits here right next to the Hunting Hills area. Also, our other West Townsend is up in the northwest corner, right next to the Willard Brook Reservation. And so you've got the opportunity for contiguous hunting.
Well,
If we,
actually, Jack,
Yeah.
it's not contiguous with small town forest. The Wamble property is in between.
oh yeah, I'm saying, but the opportunity would be that they get up and over and back in. But you're right, they're crossing the Wamble property, and we have heard from them that they've had problems in that area. So, okay, I jumped, I'm sorry. Okay, here we go. So here are the two pieces. That's our piece. And according to the grant agreement, there's now 520 acres by putting this WC along with the WMAs. You've now got 520 acres to hunt. Just because it sits outside of Lunenburg, it's still contiguous hunting. You can drive right up into Lunenburg in that northwest corner, and you can go hunt 520 acres. And there's the document that I used, and I referenced that essentially it was, and that's a moot point, but the fact of it is Shirley's a player, they say Groton's a player, and that means you can continually move on. Okay, with regard to the hunting hills and the Mulpus Brook, you've got 520 acres. Let me just keep moving here. Okay, the northwest property, that's essentially sitting next to two town properties. The New West is 166 acres, and it's sitting next to the state-owned properties for another 227. So therefore, it's also for the rest of the population, it is sitting plot 24 and 25 next to the Arrow Estates, which could conceivably have 120 homes. So why wouldn't we create this opportunity for people who live in this area to go in and use this as is existing? Why do we need to really allow that to become more huntable? Because you park right here, and next thing you know, you've got a lot more space. You can go into the Woolard Brook area, and hunting is allowed, and you've got another 4 square miles of hunting on top of that. You don't really need this area because you're going to play up and through here. And let's see, if you were to look at the contiguous hunting areas available from Lunenburg, right now we've got 4.87 square miles. And we have another, and if we, by adding those two pieces, you'll have 5.5 square miles. Do you really need more? You know, the differences in the two. In fact, and Rich brought up a good point. There's lands being traded and such, but the reality is that, you know, you can easily drive to within from Lunenburg in about 40 minutes. The longest case, you've got 20 square miles of hunting there. You've got a tremendous area to hunt. Okay. And then if you start talking about the state land masses, and I'll talk about our central district, the state has 345 square miles to hunt in, available to hunters right now. We're not that big a state. And even this central district, there's almost 80 square miles. There's plenty of room. Okay, now we're going back to the permitted uses and the passive public outdoor recreation. I would like to submit that we use the concept of quiet recreation includes a broad range of activities that are primarily muscle powered. The Canadians love this muscle powered stuff, and I thought that's pretty good. But anyway, moving along, with regard to just hunting, I put bow hunting and limited firearm hunting. And gardening, by the way, I'm a community garden guy. I would like to see us designate some of the existing fields for community gardens. We have a ton of people that live in apartments in small plots. We should be opening up a community garden. So anyway, by the way, whenever you see a yellow is what I'm adding. Okay, if you see the gray, that's our old regulation. The D was the regulation that we had at the time, or where we, you know, Bob, what was you published up at the time, and the yellow is what I'd like to add. Okay, the yellow is hours of operation. Everyone is welcome to enjoy the conservation land. So I'm picking up this, and I've changed it to from dawn to dusk, right? Hours may be extended for specific date, time, and activity. Logistics support needed in support of the event. The Conservation Commission will issue a permission document that will be carried by the participant at the time of the event. And that's, did we lose you? Okay, still there, Bob?
I'm
Okay.
here.
Okay, the event will be communicated to the Lunenburg Police by the requesting parties at least 24 in advance, and only after approval by the LLC, us, have been granted a permission document issued. When a kiosk is available, a copy of the permission will be posted at the requested parties. And so you kind of ask, why are you limiting these hours? Well, the data, and I'll show you some other data, but basically they say 33% of the hunting accidents occur after dusk and before dawn. The reality is deer start eating about dawn and they keep going till about when just as the sun comes up, then they bed down.
Can I interrupt and ask a question?
Sure.
Can you go back to the previous slide?
Yeah.
So the proposal that you're trying to make is to the hours of operation for all of the conservation land for every activity, correct?
That would be correct at this, yeah, unless we come up with a better solution.
Okay, so,
yeah.
So go to the next slide. You're talking about hunting. You can't hunt during the night. So I don't understand what one thing has to do with the other.
Again, that's not true. I'll show you some data, right? In fact, right below it. Hunting hours generally are from a half an hour before sunrise and a half an hour after sunset. There are exceptions. Rabbit, hare, fox, coyote, hunting hours close at midnight.
I would not be in favor of changing it because we already had this discussion about the hours of operation. So
yeah,
keep going.
All I know is if we adopt the rules as we had earlier stated, we're going to adopt them straightforward. We're going to be allowing hunting up until midnight. And that's just, and I'm agreeing with you, but I also understand that you're going to have a higher accidental rate.
In your opinion?
No, I have data to support that. I really do. And in fact, I'll bring that up shortly.
Keep going.
Okay. Let's see. Dawn to dusk. Okay. Pennsylvania, they said 16 of the accidents 2017 occurred at dawn or dusk. Okay. So then I'm going to try and keep moving. Essentially, if we adopt this, unless we restrict it to specifically say white-tailed deer, but if we adopt this as has been discussed, we will have year-round hunting, right? That was what was been stated. We're gonna comply with the hunting guidelines by the state. So you're gonna have year-round hunting. Okay, back to the other section. Any behavior or conduct or activity that infringes on another's undisturbed and quiet enjoyment. The LCC advocates quiet outdoor recreation community and seeks a constructive dialogue with all stakeholders to ensure that all needs are considered in the management of the conservation lands. The following list illustrates a list of activities LCC believes to be quiet outdoor recreation. Quiet outdoor recreation includes a broad range of activities that are muscle powered. I'm back to my muscle powered thing. No noise, okay? And Bob, I know you had it earlier, but there were other pieces. I thought, well, maybe you want to stick them in there or stick them up at the other end. Okay, so quiet enjoyment, you know, somebody gave me the business about the fact that people might be doing yoga out in the field. Yeah, it happens. So all I can say is if we're pursuing this concept of quiet enjoyment and silence, and sound is measured in terms of, I jumped here. Okay, where are we going? In terms of dBs in quiet places. And we've had notification, if you go back and you read the letters addressed to our commission, people are talking about the noise of a gun and how it'll affect their animals and how it affects their psyche. But in either case, if we're pursuing quiet recreation, a whisper, rustling leaves, that's 10 dB, 20 dB is a conversation at home, unless you're getting hollered at by your wife or husband, excuse me, and about 50, a washing machine 70, a lawnmower 90, and very loud includes fireworks, which are only 150, and a shotgun blast of 175. Allow me to, that kind of a noise, it will affects the dogs, as been pointed out, are people riding horses, the animals get jittery, the kids get freaked out. Nobody wants that kind of activity going on. Okay, so drunkenness, I'm back to, let's put it back in, and that's my vote. Okay, motorized vehicles, right? And I'm saying no motorized vehicles allowed on these properties with the exception of municipally owned vehicles, authorized maintenance vehicles, and emergency vehicles. And I just wrote, or specifically approved by the LCC for a unique task or duration. If we're deciding we're going to put in poles for our for our eagles and things like that, you're going to bring in different kinds of pieces of equipment, maybe not necessarily maintenance. I just wanted to leave that open. Okay. Possession and discharge of a firearm is prohibited. The use of firearms and pellet guns, that's where we're sitting right now. I'm suggesting that the open carry of firearms, pellet guns, paint guns, and crossbows, slingshots, or the similar is not allowed. I'm suggesting that if you're carrying a concealed weapon, we allow that. And I'll explain to you why I believe that that works. Okay, so anyway, with regard, did I get it? Did anybody fall off the chair on that one? I'm saying go ahead, let them carry a concealed weapon. Okay, what about the dangers? The International Hunting Education says that fewer than 1,000 people a year are shot by hunters in the United States and Canada. And that number, you go to different sites and they come pretty close to that number, right? And that's how many hunters get shot. And I came across this picture, and I think it was Carl that was running across the woods like that. Was that Carl or Matt? I'm not sure. And I definitely wouldn't ask.
Yeah, I'm not that tone, Jack.
But Matt, you've done so well. And I'm not suggesting that anybody carry the deer antlers around with them either, after they've gutted the deer. That's not the best recommendation. I wouldn't do that. But at the end of the day, it's all in our heads. It's in our amygdala, right? And there is a very real psychological risk and fear that your brain responds to, and that becomes the motivating reason. And I know we've had great people come up and say, if they'd only take some time to learn that we're not really hurting anybody and we're being safe, you can make that argument, but there's a whole group of people that are reading other pieces of information. Okay, the recent estimates, there were almost 6,000 hunting accidents each year involving 6,000 accidents. People hear 6,000 accidents, but they don't really understand that it involves falling out of your tree stand. Half of them are falling out of a stand, and whether they fall asleep or, I've never used a tree stand, but it looks kind of like it could be kind of a shaky thing. And hence, if you had a couple of drinks, maybe it's worse. And so again, there's a really good campaign. In fact, we're collecting monies from the purchase and sale of firearms for education, trying to educate people and hunters. But the end of the day is that this goes back to the other piece, Ken. 33% of your accidents happen after dawn and dusk. And let's say that there's basically 75 die, some say 100, but yeah, they are out there killing each other. Okay, and understand, people are also reading information with regard to people getting shot. In 2019, within a week, some son of a gun got hit in Plymouth, and there's Plymouth, and the other one got hit in Wareham. So our hunters are getting shot in Massachusetts as well as any other place. And Rich is absolutely right. We haven't had an incident in probably, was it 30 years, Rich, where a person was killed in Massachusetts by a hunter who was not hunting?
Yes, that was a figure from the Department of Fisheries and Wildlife.
Yeah.
It's been over 30 years.
Yeah. And by the way, even with regard to deer, having too many deer and getting hit by cars, there was a person killed about 2-3 years ago with regard to their 2-lane road. One hit the deer, flipped it up and dropped it on the windshield. That person died. But before that, it was about 31 years before another person had gotten killed hitting a deer. And we'll talk about deer hitting, but there's this fear. Now, what happens when a father and daughter are killed in South Carolina? They were in the bushes and they were both murdered. Not murdered, excuse me, that's a bad word, Jack. Don't use that word. But they were killed. And whether it's not clear whether they were mistaken as deer in the bush or whatever, but it does happen. And it plays upon that real fear. Right? So it depends on which side you're going to stand on, which one you look. If, the ABC polls and found that 58% of Americans agree with the statement, gun ownership does more to increase safety by allowing law-abiding citizens to protect themselves. And the interesting thing about it, and gun owners seem to believe that the idea of the higher rate. Pew Research Center found that 65% and 70% of the women believe it makes them safer. So why wouldn't we allow them, if it's a concealed weapon and people don't know what's out there, you're not discharging it. And if a woman and her dog want to go out for a great walk and she feels ill at ease, why would we stop them from carrying a concealed weapon? They've got it legitimately, they've gone through the training. So we should be considering that versus totally banning all the firearms. But meantime, the other side of this 9 or 6, there's a growing body of well-established research that clearly points to one conclusion: whether we carry a concealed firearm for self-defense or use one for recreational sports like hunting, guns in the home do not make you safe. I can tell you for a fact, my daughter, before she lets her kids go over, asks whether or not they have any guns in the house, because that's a big fear of hers. Okay, and 2000, the American Annals of Internal Medicine concludes having a firearm home is even when it's properly stored, doubles your risk of becoming a victim of homicide and triple your risk of suicide. So people saying, why would you ever want to take that chance? Because the majority of and this is it really gets my daughter going, is majority of the gun owners do not secure their weapons. Children are especially at risk for gun violence. A 2015 study from the Journey of Urban Health estimates that 4.6 million children in America live in homes with unsecured guns. So there's one party that says, no, I don't want anything to do with guns. Another one says, yeah, I know I might get shot, but the numbers are really low. I enjoy the hunting. The reward of hunting far outweighs the risk. Now, where we come into is all of a sudden you start putting these two parties in the same area. One of the reasons why we haven't seen more people injured or hurt or killed from firearms is because generally during the hunting seasons, nobody else goes in there, and if you're hunting at night or after dusk, where a lot of the accidents happen, no one sees your orange. So therefore, they're not anxious to see their kids in there, so they stay out. But what happens is you drive that other 97.5% of the population out of those woods and during some of the times of the year when they are most enjoyable to the rest of the public, right? So we've got this problem, and I don't think it's as big a problem as it is, because there's a ton of hunting area allowed and open to people who want to enjoy hunting with firearms. So it depends on which side you're doing, but all I know is that as one person told me, they said, if I go to the movie theater and I take my kids to see Bambi and there's a guy sitting in the back row with a rifle, trust me, I'm not going to stay there, and that of course is a total exaggeration, but they don't feel comfortable. The amygdala says, no, there's no risk, there's no reward available that could ever cause me to allow my children or my animals or whatever to fall in harm's way. Hence the separation. Okay, I'm not going to talk about the transportation, but there are rules, and the hunters are pretty good about that. One of the things that we might want to mention in our regulations is that if you're a deer hunter, it's not 500 feet. It's only 150 feet from a structure. And the other side of it is not, I won't waste any more time on this, but according to the International Hunter Education Association, again, 75, hunting facilities due to firearms account for 12 to 15% of all the fatalities due to firearms nationally. But that's the choice the hunters make to take that risk. It's not the choice that the other users choose. And in this article, it said, and I made this big, it's noteworthy that, however, that a great many accidental deaths by firearms do not involve hunters. When shooting-related fatalities occur in hunting, most of the victims are hunters, although non-hunters are also sometimes killed. It can be said that this is a sport that does pose some danger to the entire community, not just the willing participants. And that's where I think we need to be going, is figuring out how to balance the two. And again, I don't believe that we need to have any more. Okay, commercial and organized activity shall take place. I just said no commercial activities or organized activities should take place on these properties unless exempted elsewhere in the regulations. I went back to more of the original piece because I didn't think, by the way, I really do think that what Sharon and those people put together back then was pretty good. Okay, the doggies. I don't like the fact that we're considering them public nuisances. You know, and I know you've all been out there and you see the dogs are they're family members, they're having a great time, right? And so I said, no dogs shall be allowed that are not under the direct voice control of their owners or designees. The dog owner shall ensure the animal stays within a visual sight and no more than 50 feet from the owner or the designee character. And most people do that. They do a really good job with that. The owner or designee shall actively restrain the dog when coming into contact with another resident or their pets. And they do that. You know, they'll throw them on a leash or they'll hold them and they chat and the dogs go and smell each other's butts and they have a great time. Everybody's happy. So why would I want to keep them under a restraint? And I went and even looked up the definition of restraint, and it's similar to tying somebody to a gurney. You put them in restraints, you tie them down. Okay, so anyway, the other part of it is I've also seen commercial dog walkers in other properties, and commercial dog walkers must obtain a permit from town hall and receive permission from the LCC to use the property. Owners and designated caretakers shall be permitted to walk up to 4 dogs simultaneously. And I saw, you know, and that's generally what they do. I saw one that had 6 dogs, but there was somebody else trailing behind him who was kind of helping her handle it. Anyway, persons accompanying the dog shall promptly bag and remove the feces deposited on the dog, the conservation lands. No bags at the end of the trail, take them home. And the Lunenburg control officer will enforce the dog regulations. Let's spell it out there, but let's treat the dogs as family members and let's let them, you know, just keep close eye on them. Don't let them get too far away and you're going to be good. Okay. The grills, fire stuff. And I call this the Ken, you convinced me. Okay. When we were talking about no smokes, fires, or grills, you said, what about the person that just wants to have a cup of coffee? And I do, and I go hiking. I bring my jet boil if it's, you know, if I think I'm going to be going for a while. And so I went along with saying just no grills, but I didn't say that you couldn't use a jet boil or anything like that or a fuel stove. So I listened, you know, I tried to do that. Overnight camping, and I just said approval form. You know, you want to go with that? I'm great with that. Just carry the approval form such that somebody can confirm and you're out there and you have approval. Tree stands must be removed, and basically tree stands must be removed at the end of the applicable hunting season. Tree stands must be registered with the LLC. If you're going to put one up and you leave it there, you got to tell us, right? Traditional bow hunting is allowed on all conservation lands if in accordance with the Mass Law. Field dressings of animals must occur 100 feet from and out of sight of the established trails. All I know is I'm very fortunate in that I can smell a lot of stuff that nobody, you know, my kids can't and my wife can't. All I know is you put it 50 feet in, you're going to flies and you're going to smell it. So I'm saying get it 100 feet away and off the established sites. Okay, the firearm hunting. This is where you are. I'm just going to go to the next piece, next page. And I'm saying the following. Hunting is allowed by licensed individuals in the areas designated by the LCC. Bow hunting is allowed on all Lunenburg conservation properties unless otherwise designated. 5.2, hunting with firearms is allowed in the Hunting Hill Wildlife. I guess that's all moot now. We got the verbiage of that. And then while commission allows hunting on Lunenburg Hunting Hills with firearms. Anyway, we've solved that problem. I won't worry about that one. Okay, hunting. And this is where it kind of gets into the issue of, you know, pursuing, shooting, killing, and all that good stuff. The thing is predation. And one of the things I heard in one of our early meetings was that, great, we want to come in and I hear you got some bear, you got some coyotes up there. There's some nice bobcats. Well, you know what? We need them because what they do is they pick on the small, the sick, and the old, right? And people are deer predators, and we go for the prime large animals, the prime of their life. And this data that's supporting it, and I'll share those with you, that if you continually take out the good guys and you leave in the small and weak ones, pretty soon you're going to have a herd that's diminishing. I don't have an answer for that, but I'm just saying that's what you got here. People ask how many die. There's 100 million animals that are killed by firearms and hunters each year. And which is, you know what? we need predators and humans are predators. We need to be continuing to work that. But the problem is that each year the United States drops more than 4,000 tons of lead shot into the environment. And I'm thinking that perhaps Lunenburg should start thinking, the state of California has said no more lead in their bullets. Basically, there's a reservation, military reservation down on the Cape that has eliminated the use of lead in any of the firearms down there. And I do know that we have one area, we've got two gun clubs, and one of the clubs over the many years has now pushed so much lead in there that I believe there's a remediation discussion going on. And Matt, is that correct?
As far as
The hunting, the using lead in a wetland area in the town of Lunenburg because of one of our gun clubs?
well, the issues regarding lead contamination from shot is basically has been limited as far as aspect goes to sportsmen's clubs.
Yeah. So we need to be saying perhaps something that we should be asking, you put a copper covered shell, fine. You use a piece of lead and it explodes. And when it hits the animal, it goes into pieces all over the place. And then of course, then you disembowel the animal, you leave the renderings on the ground, somebody else comes along and they eat a pile of lead. So we need to be thinking about that. Now, with regard to deer population, the average 6 to 14 years, once again, the females outlive the males. And right now, we have about 9% of the deer population is removed in Massachusetts because of hunting. And that's a good number. The thing is, we need the hunters. One group says there's 100,000, the other one says 95,000. And we have a range, depending on where you are in the state, of anywhere from 10 to 15, but you get quite a bit further east in Massachusetts and down on the Cape, you're gonna see 80 deer per square mile. And hence that, you'll see some data on that. And I'll show you this shortly. Okay, Massachusetts, according to Gloucester Times, is the third most densely state in the country, where the quality of deer can be found anywhere. Massachusetts biologists estimate that there are 100,000 deers. Estimate deer densities from 12 to 18 out west in the central area of Mass. That's us. We're the kind of like the core right at the edge, and to over 50 per square mile in Martha's Vineyard. So yeah, we do have to hunt them. They are there. Okay, based on the telegram, the Worcester Telegram, they mentioned that essentially, while most of the state now has desirable deer densities to minimize tick-borne disease, collisions, and plant damage, Martha's Vineyard and Natick are overrun. The other interesting part about it, and this is where we're getting into, bow hunting accounted for about 45% of all the deer taken. And it's a quiet recreation. And that's why I'm in total support of allowing that. The other interesting part of the data is that if you're looking to run a business or create an entertainment industry, you look at where the numbers are going, right? The reality is the number of hunters in the United States is declining, okay? And it's a steeper decline than you might think. And you can read that afterwards, okay? But the funny thing about it, bow hunting is actually continuing to become more and more popular. And when you see the data with regard to that, you'll say, oh, this is pretty cool. Now, can anybody tell me why hunting has become so popular with women, which I love, by the way. I love the fact that it's becoming popular. You know why?
Nobody cares.
Hunger Games. Okay, never mind. That was a Trivial Pursuit. Come on. Okay, so anyway, where does the hunting happen? In fact, if you move across the country, move across the state, your deer populations are stable right in here. And if I make this bigger, you'll see that Lunenburg is right up here. We're right at the edge of Zone 9. And for basically Zone 9, we took a total of 1,400 deer, and we're the third highest area, this central area, but we're also a larger area. Zone 10 and 11, 10, twice as many as we have. 11, 3 times as many as we have. So what's happening is, because when you see the maps with regard to where the WMAs and WCRs are, they all start right around in here, and there, guess who's sitting at the edge? Lunenburg. Everybody else, there's not very much in this part of the state, with the exception of private conservation areas, where people can hunt. They all come in our direction, and the reality is Lunenburg's pretty close. In addition to that, now the bow hunting is climbing, but also all those popular outdoor activities that continue to go through the roof. People are getting outside more. They're enjoying different activities quite a bit more. And we need to be building our town in the direction of creating more of these areas where people can go out and enjoy it without fear, right? So the Northwest property is a classic example where we got a potentially 120 homes coming in, and we want to have a conservation area that they are feeling very comfortable with. So, okay, gotta make this smaller so you can look at it. Going back to this population piece and what folks are where is our obligation? And if we were to go back and say, people say, well, we're paying for that. You know, hunters, we've paid for that. That should be ours, right? The reality is, what you're doing is, you're right now, to access all that state land, you're paying with your fees 2/10 of a penny per acre, or 13 cents per square mile, to have enjoyment of that property. Very little money is actually going into the acquisition of properties. And in fact, if you look at the Fish and Wildlife, what they did is they collected $5 million in fees, and they had a total of expenditure of 18 million, and land acquisitions was 1.3. And again, they have 345 square miles. The example of the new addition up in Templeton that just came through, they received what it cost 1.4 million. 700,000 came from the Executive Office of Energy Affairs, 395 from the Open Space Bond, and 305,000 from a Wildlife Fund, which is funded by a conservation stamp. So they are contributing. But I'm going to go back to my good friend Brandon. He's a friend. Okay, that land grant funding is often a different pot of money. Environmental bond paid for the mass taxpayers, and land water conservation federal dollars. LWC is for oil and gas primarily. Off the top of my head, land reimbursement is 64%, capped at 400,000. Wildlife stamps fund is applied to state for sale of hunting and fishing licenses. Mass Wildlife gets federal assistance from, and Mass Wildlife acquisition dollars today come mostly from the environmental bond, like land and park funds. So in the end of the day, it's a very, very, very small contribution, and the contribution is basically going towards the maintenance of those lands that they get to use, all 345 square miles. So the question to this committee is, do we want to allow the continued expansion into our existing firearm hunting into our existing properties, or where especially hunting is declining and there's so much more square miles available to them, while we're looking at a continued growth in those quiet muscle sports? So my argument would be that we don't need to add any more firearm hunting outside of the lands that we currently allow. And I believe that's about 4.5% of just Lunenburg, the rest of the area. So my argument is no, and allow people to carry a concealed weapon if they feel more comfortable. It's the same right. You know, they want to feel safe. Everyone wants to feel safe. Do that. Give the doggies a chance, and minimize the noise. So that's my pitch. How did I do?
How
much
you
am I-
did it in 50 minutes.
Oh, 50 minutes. I missed by, oh my God. Well, thank you very much.
I'm sorry, 40 minutes, 40 minutes.
40 minutes. Thank you very much for allowing me to go over, and I yield my rest of my time to our chairman.
All right, so first of all, we're gonna stop participant sharing. Now we're gonna go back. So Jack, in your presentation,
I'll move that out of the, move it into.
I'm gonna call up your presentation.
Okay,
On my screen. Come on. I'm gonna try. Here it is, okay. I told you you needed to propose specific changes to the language.
right, and those are the highlighted in the yellow.
All right, so now we're gonna take a share screen. I'm gonna call it up. So you want us to add a mission statement.
Yes.
Why do you think we need a mission statement when we already have an introduction that Richard wrote in our current regs?
Basically, I'm reinforcing that we are maintaining the MGL Chapter 14, Section C. And we're trying to create an understanding of what the environment we're attempting to create, a mutual picture that we all, our team, can pursue. And, you know, it's, what is it, Aristotle, I think, said that man can't do anything well, it first starts with a picture. And what we're trying to do is create a picture for our conservation team to use. So it's the, we're looking for passive open space for, preserve the open space for passive quiet enjoyment, to protect the land, the water, land, and plant resources for the health of the environment, to manage conservation land in a sustainable manner, to educate the community about the natural resources and the human stewardship, and to engage the community participation and conservation issues and improvements. We, you know, we had a group of people that it never get off the ground, but the stewardship program. So we want to have things like that. And we want to be thinking in terms of how can we better serve our fellow citizens the opportunity to enjoy as much as we can with our conservation lands. And, you know, we know the more we can get people out there, the more physically fit they'll be able to maintain themselves. There's a whole plethora of positive psychological things. So therefore, we're painting a picture of what we want to be doing as a common group.
Ken Jones, how do you feel about adding a mission statement?
I think what we have in the, you know, the current proposed is will suffice.
Rich Birch, how do you feel about adding a mission statement?
I think a mission statement is probably a sound idea. I don't think it has any place in a land use regulation.
Carl, how do you feel about a mission statement?
I'm a long advocate from my career of that mission statement is a good place to start, and it's good for the public to be aware of. I don't think it replaces anything we have there now particularly. I think this would be a good introduction and let people know what we're all about.
And Bob, if I could also point out that we wouldn't be the only ones that put them in our land use regulations. Go take a look at Weston, Sudbury, towns that have their act together pretty well, and they take every opportunity they can to push their mission statement and what they're trying to do.
I agree with Ken and Rich that our current introduction is sufficient. I mean, I think a mission statement might be nice, but I just see all kinds of landmines that you've buried in your mission statement. You know, you go back to your quiet enjoyment, which we've discussed that now 4 times, I think. And, you know, said we're not going to put quiet enjoyment in our, it says you know, currently we say the land or the care or control of the Lunenburg Conservation Commission of public lands owned by the town of Lunenburg for the enjoyment of all. And we talk about how they're open for, they're dedicated to conservation and passive recreation purposes in accordance with, you know, Mass General Law, you know, 40, Section 8C, and they're all open for appropriate passive outdoor recreation use. I mean, that's what, I'm not in favor of a mission statement.
So
Next.
would it make sense for us to ask our populace with regard to what would they like to see us pursue? We know we have the regulations that we have to, you know, we've sworn to protect those. I totally understand that. But now we're in this big gray area. Where do we want to point our efforts and our activities? And, you know, obviously we want the stewardship piece to take off. We want to include, ooh, wow, you got a big square in the middle of it.
No, I'm gonna close that.
Okay.
Oh, cancel.
Oh, you're gonna kill it.
Well, I don't know what I did here. There we go. Is that better?
Thank you. Yeah. So if we're, with the exception of the shotgun, we are pursuing a policy of passive and quiet. We're not putting on rock concerts in the middle of our properties. We're not doing anything like that. We want quiet enjoyment where people can breathe without anxiety. We want people that can, you know, watch the animals and not watch the animals get spooked. I guess I don't see where the harm is in trying to cause people to understand what we're trying to do, as well as reinforce ourselves what we're trying to do. Every organization I've been, I've always had a mission statement.
Next.
Your next change here, you say, is the Lunenburg Conservation Commission will not allow any activities that are not in full compliance with all state, federal, and local laws. I believe that's already in our regs.
Next.
Yeah.
So why are you proposing as a change here?
I just moved it up to put it right at the very front end, saying, look, we ultimately the Conservation Commission, we won't allow any illegal activities. I just put that up front because I wanted to share that with the folks who are reading this. We reserve the right to amend.
So you're advocating we change the order of our current, and is that the same thing with the Lunenburg Conservation Commission expressly reserves the right to amend, restrict, or otherwise alter the permitted and you're just advocating we change where it appears in the regulation?
Yeah, I'd say move it up, put it up there, of course, right next to your mission statement. The first thing that people do, you go, you know, you read, okay, at least the first page. And if you want to hear something really bizarre, we need to add pictures to our regulations. But I didn't say that.
Ken, how do you feel about changing the order in which these things appear in our regulations?
I don't think it's necessary. They're already in there. I mean, I think it's laid out pretty well without changing it around.
Rich?
Agreed with Ken.
Carl?
I like Jack's proposal as it stands.
Say it again, I'm sorry.
I like Jack's proposal as it stands. Move those two up. That's not a change. It's just the reordering.
Okay.
And again, have a mission statement. Every successful organization I've ever seen has a mission statement.
I believe we have a mission statement. When we say we're having, this is for passive recreation. It's for I mean, that is, I also don't think it's necessary to change the order. Jack, what's your next?
You start off with permitted uses, section 1. That's what you've got. That's not a mission statement. It's just, this is what we're going to let you do. And then we go into the passive outdoor recreation, and we're not saying we're pursuing any activity. We're just reciting a definition, you know. And I'm trying to expand a little bit on it and saying, okay, in the passive piece in that section 1, it's just think in terms of muscle powered. Think in terms of bow hunting and limited firearm hunting. You know, keep it quiet. And so I don't believe that our first section is at all a mission statement.
Okay. Jack, is this your next, your
Yeah, there-
next suggested change to the wording?
Right, I was just saying, change those sections to add whatever's highlighted in yellow, replace it. Yeah.
Ken? I mean,
I don't want to belabor this, but I'm gonna bring this up at this point because I think that it needs to be said. In about 18 places in Jack's proposed changes, we talk about quiet recreation, primarily muscle powered, and to me, the elephant in the room here, we're talking about noise. We're talking about disrupting people's peace. The snowmobiles need to come up at this point because they're noisy, they're smelly, and if we're going to talk about things that disturb people's peace, the snowmobiles do it way more than firearms hunting are going to. So my opinion on this whole thing, let me speak, Jack, because
Okay,
I
I'm
only
sorry, Ken.
interrupted you
Go ahead.
once.
Yeah.
So I apologize for that. But
No, that's all right.
and if we want to compare, statistics in the time that you were talking, I did a quick Google search, and there were in 1 year there were 200 deaths in snowmobile accidents and 14,000 injuries. That's a lot more than there are for hunting. So I think that if we're going to compare stuff here, we're allowing snowmobile use on basically a good portion of our conservation lands, and I think that we need to keep that in mind. And I keep coming back to this, but I'm not a snowmobiler, I'm not a hunter, but we gotta be open to compromise here. So I think that we need to be very, very careful. And you keep coming back to this, but you keep saying, oh well, let's just keep allowing snowmobiling. It's to me it's a big thing that we need to be careful of. So
And Ken, if I could respond to that.
You can respond.
Go ahead, Jack.
Okay, so basically quiet enjoyment, right? And I put together a DB chart with regard to, for you to take a look at. And if you look at a snowmobile, which is the equivalent of my lawnmower, it runs about 90 dB. Okay, very loud sounds like fireworks are 100. A shotgun blast is 170. That is significantly greater. And what is the benefit to the, with regard to the snowmobile? The reality is, for those folks that like to cross-country ski, or those folks that like to, snowshoe, or even just walk about, the Lunenburg snow riders compact the trails. They don't tear them up. They do a tremendous amount of maintenance. And so there's a little bit of an exchange here. And while they may be as loud as my lawnmower, they're also doing a lot of positive, beneficial things. And at the same time, we talk about, this was a good winter, but how many winters when there really isn't anything? And it is a family sport. So I'm pro snowmobile without a question. I'm not an active member right now, but I used to be. And I had a couple of sleds and I enjoyed them. But these aren't the best places. The Lunenburg's not the best place to ride your snowmobile. The trails are too narrow and too curvy. But
why do we allow it?
What's that?
Then why do we allow it if it's not a
yes, because
positive
it's
place to
a
allow them to
place
ride?
that people get out. They get from one place to the other. I'd go and visit my neighbors. We'd go across and see what other people were doing. We'd go out in the lakes.
Well, I guess in fairness, Jack, there's 9,000 registered snowmobiles in the state of Massachusetts.
Yeah.
There's 71,000 licensed hunters in the state of Massachusetts.
Right.
But you want to ban hunting on all but 100-acre parcel, but allow snowmobilers to use trails on half our property.
Oh,
and there's no way that a snowmobile is not injecting more noise in the environment than a single or two or three gunshots that happen here and there sporadically through the day. So I do kind of argue against your premise at this point that somehow hunting is far more degrading to the quiet enjoyment of the area as opposed to any other activities that are out there. People yelling on bikes, horns from the street, dogs barking. I mean, I don't see how you can possibly police quiet. And nobody necessarily has a right to a quiet enjoyment on public property. You know, I looked after we had our last meeting. The only place I can find anything about quiet enjoyment is in real estate law on your personal property or property that you rent.
Mhm. That is the origin of it. And
Correct.
it's evolved beyond that. That's
So
correct.
why would, I mean, why
Okay,
would somebody
so-
be able to have a different level of quiet enjoyment on public property where there's actually no statute that I could find unless somebody wants to show it to me?
Okay, and so, gentlemen, I want to focus on changes to the language. Jack, we've already discussed this 3 times about that we're going to stick with the passive outdoor recreation definition from the statute. And here you are asking us once again to change it.
If we determine that we are not going to expand the areas in which we allow the fire hunting within our conservation areas, I'm gladly go along with what you got there.
Excuse me, Bob.
Yes, sir.
There is one quick thing I wanted to just point out. Jack, on your statistics regarding the amount of lands that are being added
Yeah.
or proposed for firearms hunting,
Mhm.
The percentage is actually too high because I looked at your statistics.
Yeah.
You grouped in the Hunting Hills area, which
No.
firearms hunting has already been permitted since 1999.
Okay.
If you actually look at the actual stat, it's 18%. I've heard numbers like 22, 25, 30. It's 18%.
Okay.
It's
hold
under
on.
20%.
Let me pull up the debating. Okay, I've got 119 acres approved right now at Hunting Hill, right?
Okay, I don't want to talk about these statistics.
Okay.
I want to talk about how many people are in favor of these wording changes.
Poll time.
Ken Jones, you want to alter our definition of permitted uses?
No.
Rich Birch,
No.
Carl Luck? Carl Luck?
I don't see a problem with the very first part of it. Matter of fact, I think it, I think it tends to make the quiet recreation issue go away because it actually says quiet recreation includes hunting.
But the passive recreation definition says it too. It already says it. Says it includes hunting.
Yeah, hunting is included in the language. I'm saying where Jack added up front, quiet recreation includes a broad range of activities that are primarily muscle powered. Then it goes into what's right out of the regulation, right?
And I substituted bow hunting to clarify. It's one of the 2 forms of hunting. And it is by far the one that's growing in popularity, and it is quiet, which would be consistent with what our attempt to do is to minimize the absolute noise going on out there. If we're not getting any value, you know, if we're saying that we're not going to expand it and we'll still allow bow hunting, I guess you can take the whole thing out.
So here's my approach on hunting. We're gonna discuss the hunting issues sometimes when all 7 of us are present. Because right now it's a 4-3 vote. There's 4 people in favor of hunting and 3 of us that are against it. We're not going to make any decisions about the hunting or potentially changing the hunting unless all 7 people are present. So we will come back to that. You know, we're going to come back sometime when we're all present to the, you know, the things about the behavior of conduct and the alcoholic beverages. And we're going to come back to the hunting sometime when we're all present. What's your next proposed wording change? You want to change our hours of operation?
Yes. Because
Ken Jones?
now that's dependent upon if we essentially fully embrace the hunting, mass hunting regulations. And, and I basically, you were allowing hunting till midnight. I'm not in favor of that. And also the data would suggest that if we limit it to the dawn to dusk, we will create a safer overall environment. So, and if you're going to get out there, the event will be, in terms of having special events, you got to give us advance, go through tell the police, and you got to post to the kiosk. That's what I'm saying in that section 1.1.
Ken, how do you feel about this?
As long as that applies to the snowmobiles too.
I would think that applies to everybody.
So shut the trails down at dusk. No more 10 o'clock.
Well,
I am adamantly opposed to this. Rich Birch?
I am opposed to changing the times.
Okay, changing the time from where we are now, or
As we had discussed it prior to your proposed revision.
okay.
And then you want to add this new section that
Right.
restates a lot of stuff that's stated elsewhere.
That would be correct. Some of it, Bob. Yeah.
Some of it's new, the quiet enjoyment again.
Mm-hmm.
Got quiet in there twice.
And we
3
can't
times.
Please be quiet.
Ken?
I'm a no on this.
I'm sorry, what'd you say, Ken? I didn't hear.
I'm a no on this change.
Rich Birch?
No.
I'm a no on this change. Carl?
I think it would need some work in order to fully support it, because it's going into, as you said, it's going into some things that we already have elsewhere.
Right. I would support doing some more work on it.
The first part
I
of it,
wasn't going to get a no
first
right
part
up
of it,
front.
And I said, we're gonna take these 2 things up. Well, the drunkenness, breach of peace, and disorderly conduct are prohibited. You really think we need to add that? And I said, we're gonna take up the alcoholic beverage and glass containers next time.
My only comment on that one
Yes, sir,
would
Carl.
be, again, this same thing, that the 2.7 above, Jack, is the current regulation.
That'd be the gray, yes.
So basically, you're saying go back to the current regulation.
Pretty much, yes.
So yeah, and I, unless there's a compelling reason to delete something from the current regulation, I'm always support maintain the current regulation because it serves us well. And I'm not aware of any issues with that particular paragraph.
So we're gonna take this up again next time.
Yeah, but we should take the whole thing up, not just the alcohol.
And so you want to add this language about,
I just put that in there, just there was a possibility that it may not be a maintenance vehicle out there. It's been authorized by us, but it may not be a maintenance vehicle. Or you can write authorized maintenance or any or other kind of vehicle, whatever. I just want to make sure it was approved by us. And we wanted some times and dates when they were going to be out there.
Ken?
I mean, I think 1.3 as we proposed it is fine with me.
Rich Birch?
I stated before, as this is our property under our care, custody, and control. We can allow any vehicle at any time. I don't think we have to add more language to it. And if we did, it wouldn't go in the exemptions. Or up here would go down into exemptions. So
Carl,
as written in the green, I think is adequately covers all bases.
Carl,
Yeah, I would agree. I think we're covered.
and I would agree. You want to advocate? You want to add open carry is not allowed.
Would be correct. And by doing that, people could only carry a concealed weapon. And if they're licensed to it and they're carrying it, they're probably and realistically, they're probably not gonna leave it in the car. They're gonna carry it with them, especially people. Remember, the motivation is, I'm doing this because I think I'm making it safer. And especially women believe that statement to be 75% of women believe that to be true. So why should I put them into an anxious state? Because I can't tell them they can't carry their concealed weapon with them.
But our current regulations
Say no possession.
say no possession.
Yeah,
It's not allowed.
right.
So what you're saying is they could take and have a pellet gun so long as they conceal it? That's what it says.
Yeah. Okay.
No, that's not okay, Jack.
Okay, open carry of firearms, pellet guns, paint guns, crossbows, slingshots, or other similar non-lethal weapons is not allowed. So help me here. Where did I say pellet guns were allowed?
It says open carry. So that would, to me, it says
You can't
concealed carry's okay?
of a firearm, not a pellet gun.
Not how it reads. Open carry of firearms, pellet guns, paint guns, crossbows is not allowed. So that
Okay.
means you can conceal carry anything that you're legally licensed for.
I don't quite read it that way. Would be a better
How do
way
you
to
read
write.
it, Jack?
What would be what's that, Rich?
How do you read it?
I said-
What stops me from sticking a pellet gun in my pocket and walking on a property?
Because it says the open carry of a firearm. Okay,
Yeah.
pellet guns are not, but pellet guns, paint guns, crossbows, slingshots, other similar weapons are not allowed on these properties.
I think what you wanted it to say, Jack, is pellet guns, paint guns, crossbows, slingshots, or other similar non-lethal weapons, or open carry firearms are not allowed on these properties.
Okay, I could reword it that way. Yeah,
You could, if anybody wanted to do that.
right.
I'm happy with the green. Ken?
I guess the only question I have is, during archery season, are crossbows legal to use?
Crossbows are not legal in Massachusetts.
I believe they are.
I believe you can get a disability permit.
I'm sorry, except for a disability permit.
So then again, we're getting into like the hunting regulations, like we're
Yep.
redefining all of that stuff. So
This is just possession and discharge. Hunting is different.
well, when you hunt, you discharge a crossbow, right?
Well, this doesn't say anything about discharge.
It just says carrying.
No, it says open carry of firearms and blah, 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 blah is not allowed. That means I can stick whatever I want in my pocket and walk on a property. Okay, Mr. Chair, I'm in favor of 4.1 as we had written it prior. I'm not in favor
1.4.
of the amendment.
1.4.
Thank you, Ken.
Yep, me too.
Me too. Carl?
Well, we haven't got to the subject, so I'm not in favor of any carry. I think people that are concerned about
Yep.
firearms are concerned about whether they're hidden or not hidden.
Yeah, and I think we need to have a discussion, a rediscussion of that when we have a full board present.
Okay, just a question. The
Yes,
use of, just use of firearms. So someone can go walking down the trail and carry a gun.
You can walk down the road and do it. You got a
Yeah,
license
but
for it.
provided you have a hunting license with it, and then there's a question of whether it can be loaded within so many feet of a house, right? But right now, you're saying the use of firearm, just the use of firearm fell against, but it's nothing about possession. So you can have somebody walking down the trail with a rifle, a handgun, or whatever you want to carry it. Is that what you're saying?
I believe unless you are hunting, it cannot be loaded. And I'd have to
So
look, I think you
that's a
may
good-
not be able to just open carry a rifle or shotgun unless you are actively hunting. Massachusetts is a concealed
I
carry
think
state, so when you
where it
carry a
falls
weapon, you
apart-
have to carry it concealed.
you can't carry as much as I've read, you can't carry a rifle with you, but you can openly carry a handgun in a holster.
I think it has to be concealed carried.
No,
You can't just
I
have it
don't
out.
know. Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, Carl.
I had a conversation with an officer, one of our two firearm expert officers. And he said that A, there's no such thing as open carry or not open carry in Massachusetts. If you have a license, you can carry concealed or not concealed. And he said you can carry it anywhere. But if it's a gun, you need to be hunting or he wasn't clear if you can say, well, I'm on my way to go hunting. But there is no differentiation between open and concealed carry in Massachusetts, according to him.
Yeah, I agree with you, Carl, based on what I've heard. But there's not the support for this change, Jack, on this commission.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying right now, Bob, as it's written, there's nothing expressly forbidding anybody from possessing it or carrying it on our properties. Is not allowed on these properties unless exempted elsewhere. The use of.
And that's a point of contention. We don't agree with that.
Yeah, well, then
I'm aware that that's a point of contention. I believe that before we vote on these rules, we'll have to revisit this issue.
Right.
We'll have to revisit the hunting issue. But when we have a full board, I can tell you right now, we're never gonna, I'm not gonna call for any votes on these regulations, unless we have a full board. So you want to change this to say, go ahead.
Basically, I wanted to go back to the first one. Commercial shall take place in properties unless exempted elsewhere in these regulations or approved by us. I just keep liking to throw that little caveat unless approved by us.
I believe if we look at our current regulations, then doesn't it say farther down, if you take and you go back, if you go farther down in the regulations, somebody help me here, I believe it says that they have to.
Unless exempted elsewhere in the regulations, that's what the current one's saying, Bob. 1.5.
Right, but then if you take and you go and you look farther down in the regulations.
Okay.
Says any activities which charge fees or collects funds for any purpose that are take place on these properties must be approved by the commission using the form noted in Appendix B, and Matt's going to make us a new form.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I think this is one area where I think changing the original was appropriate because the word organized was problematic. And we wanted to get rid of the word organized because that's not well defined.
Yep, I agree with you.
I withdraw my my yellow 1.5 and I'll go along with the green.
Okay. How do I get back to Zoom?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I'm just gonna put this out there. You got me for about 5 more minutes because I'm just about done for the day and I've got a long day tomorrow, so.
Thank you. Jack, what was your,
I would withdraw my, my 1.5 and I will stay with what the team has come up with right now, that stands right now. I
okay,
believe that's how it stands right now. I'm not sure. Oh, my doggies.
I mean, we just adopted Carl's change. And you want to take and you want to add to Carl's change about, you want to have something about commercial dog walkers?
I would like to mention something with regard to how many people, commercial dog walkers don't bring more than 4 on the property. And you got to get a permit from us. And the part of it is, I'm just saying, you know what, if you look at exactly the wording of restraint, it would mean that they're tethered, they're somewhat controlled, and you're tied down.
Jack, did you review the email that I had Matt put on the cloud before the last meeting from the police chief, where the police chief says restraint means under the control of the owner. It does not mean on a leash. It does not mean tied down.
Right.
Restraint means under the control of the owner.
And that's what caused me, Bob, to go and look at the commonly used definition of restraint, because generally they don't have access to the police chief, but they go to restraint, the word restraint. And therefore I was trying to come up with saying, not under direct, you got to have direct voice control of the owners. And that's what I've observed happens. The people call the dog back. They don't let them out more than 50 feet. And I was just attempting to replicate what I've observed. Oh, sorry on that. Oh, I can do that. So, yeah, that was the purpose of that whole thing. Keep them in visual sight, and it's, if you're hiking the trails, if you notice that, you're coming over it and all of a sudden you come across a dog, they growl at you, they bark and they run back. They've done the thing that dogs are supposed to do. And as long as they're...
That's not frightening.
Pardon? That's not frightening sometimes?
Oh, that's definitely frightening.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. And so you're kind of saying, oh, so therefore that you're saying the owner, keep them within 50 feet. Don't let them go way out ahead.
I don't think we should allow them on a property. Am I getting punchy?
You were getting touchy, Rich. You were getting, but you'd let your cat out there, wouldn't you?
All right. Ken, how do you feel about this change?
I think, the reiteration that we went through, with Carl's change earlier covers it. I don't think we need to add anything else in here. And then we're creating another permit for commercial dog walkers. I mean, I don't think it's necessary.
Rich Birch,
I do not agree with it. I'm
Carl,
happy with the changes previously made.
Carl,
Yeah, I have to agree. I'm okay with the change we made.
yeah, I like it as with the way we changed it, as Carl advocated. Smoking fires and grills. I mean, we have a fireman on our board. I would think we would, give some credence to their expertise. We've discussed this twice before also.
Oh, wait, Ken, last time Ken argued in favor of allowing people to heat up their coffee.
Yeah, he did.
I didn't say open fire. Like, open fires are already regulated elsewhere. We don't need to regulate it here again.
Where is it sitting in open fires in the other parts?
Not in the other parts, Jack. In other regulations like the law, we don't need to republish every law about every single thing in this document.
But clearly the highlighted pieces, you want to say something because they will say, I didn't know that.
Nobody reads this thing anyway. I don't know why we're spending so much damn time on this. Nobody looks at this thing.
Well, maybe if we made it more easily accessible, more people would read it.
Well,
That's why we need pictures in there too,
More
Ken.
pictures. Yep.
More pictures. We need pictures.
Jack,
Okay,
11:30 at night.
it is? Oh my
yeah.
God.
Not
It's
in Las Vegas.
11:30 at night, Jack.
Not where Rich is.
Not in Las Vegas.
Um,
All I'm saying is if you're gonna do some overnight camping, and you've got an approval from us, carry the form with you.
we've already got them taking and notifying the police.
Yep.
We had this requirement in the old regulations and it was eliminated.
The challenge came up is when, okay, somebody told me I could do this. Matt told me I could do this. And so they go find Matt on a Saturday night when he's in his third bar. I mean, all we're asking is to carry a permission slip with them, some sort of approval to go on have these activities.
Ken, how do you feel about this?
I mean, I don't have a problem with it. I think that if we give them a form that's filled out, they ought to have it with them. So, I mean, it's fine with me. I don't care.
Yeah, Rich?
Not walking out and checking somebody's form, so I'm not in favor of it.
Carl?
Just to clarify, Jack, did you say that sentence is in the current regulation?
So is nudity.
I did not see
didn't say
it.
that.
With regard to the form, I don't know that. I didn't pull that in. I just basically liked what we had last time, what we come up with in the green. And I just said, let's make them carry the form. That's all.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't see any problem if we're gonna make them go through the.
Jack, you got one.
Getting a.
I know,
Fill in
I'm
the form.
shocked. I'm
I
shocked.
think-
But don't worry, Bob.
Yeah, so I think they should carry, I think they should carry it.
I will make that change at the end of the, after the meeting, and send it out.
Mr. Chairman, could you leave track changes in when you send it out so we can see, go just find what we're looking for?
Well, I already eliminated the track change. You know what you can do, Carl, is you take and, Word has a thing called compare documents. And it'll show you the difference between the one I sent out before and the new one, and it'll produce a track change document.
Oh, okay, great, I'll do that.
Because I did that afterwards, because in the last one I had eliminated all the track changes. And so that works real well.
Okay, I'll do that.
How do we feel about Jack's suggestion that we have people register their tree stands with the Lunenburg Conservation Commission?
I think that just creates another whole layer of paperwork and stuff for Matt to do. I don't think it needs to be done.
Rich?
I don't think it needs to be any more restrictive than the state law.
Carl?
Yeah, I don't think we need it.
Neither do I.
But did we just, a question, I remember talking about it. Is it required that people have their names and
Yes.
contact information for these tree stands?
Yeah, that's the law.
Right.
I believe it on tree stands that are in place for 30 days or more.
Okay, great. All right. I think that's sufficient.
We just don't know where they are or how many there are out there.
In
When
accordance
we
with
first,
Mass law.
Jack, when we first established this field dressing rule, which was mine,
Mhm.
I think I said something about 100 feet away or 50 feet away.
Yeah.
And
think it's-
we had a discussion about how much a deer weighs and that it just had to be out of sight.
Right. All right. Yeah, 50 feet to 100 feet. 50 feet is you're pulling a good sized deer. Take the lentils and take them further away. All I know is you got to draw flies. You're gonna have flies near the trail. You're gonna have a stench near the trail, and 50 feet I don't think really covers it, Bob.
Well, and right now it just says out of sight.
Out of sight, yeah.
Okay, Ken, how do you feel about this?
I'm in favor of leaving it as in the green. out of
Rich?
sight.
Generally a gut pile's not gonna last more than 48 hours with all the wild animals in the woods, the coyotes and the fox and raccoons. So out of sight is more than sufficient.
Carl?
I'd have to defer to, to the hunters of the crowd of that out of sight is sufficient.
And I feel it's it's sufficient. We already finessed this thing with, because we're gonna put that exemption in, or say that it doesn't apply.
Yeah.
I think the rest of this is all
Propaganda.
propaganda.
Propaganda. Data, Ken, try data.
I
Bring
would call
data
it,
into the
Jack,
stuff.
I would call it fluff.
Fluff. I call it data. Speaking with data.
Okay, and so I'm gonna make these changes. We're gonna take and we're gonna go back to certain things when we have a full board at our next meeting. And then we're gonna move on at our next meeting to, that Q&A document.
Hey, Jack, when are you going on vacation?
Probably tomorrow.
So you're gonna be back for the 7th of April?
I will, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
I thought I heard you say you were. I thought somebody was not gonna be here on the 7th.
I was trying to get out to Jamaica, but I know I'm going. Either.
All right. So we're gonna bring this to a close. Ken said he was gonna have to leave.
Unless we have anything like immediately pressing that we need to deal with
And
right now.
Matt, was there anything pressing in the rest of the agenda?
Let me just take a quick look.
Hey, Rich,
Yeah,
what are we doing on the 7th? You're right, I am. I'm heading off to Jamaica on the 7th. I'm off by a week.
Yeah, there's nothing pressing,
Right, so-
Bob.
so
There
you're
is
not
an
gonna be here,
interest.
so we're not gonna have a full commission on the 7th, Mr. Chair.
All right.
There's nothing
Wait,
pressing.
Wait, are we all gonna be here except for Jack?
Yep.
Don't try it. I'll call in if I have to. And I'll just
All right.
show you.
Mr. Chair, there's nothing pressing. I do have an interesting case that I'm going to be bringing to the commission that I will narrate in an email.
Okay. Thank you.
So- When's the
11:30.
public, Bob?
Are there any comments from the public? We got two members of the public left.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir. Rich?
I might ask if you confer with Commissioner Rabbit, if we do happen to come across items that if there are 6 other members, that there is a clear majority of 4 or more votes in favor of, that we move forward with the regulations.
Oh, we're gonna backtrack on what our promises were?
I told him to ask you if there's clearly 4 people in favor of, Jack,
Rich, okay, honestly,
I'm just asking if you're not in favor of it, we'll
yeah,
table it till later.
okay, thank you. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be, it's midnight, I'm sorry. Yeah, I certainly don't want to hold up the stuff. I know that when are we doing the public review?
The 17th.
The 17th,
Not the 7th, the 21st.
the 21st
21st of April.
of April. Okay,
So if we don't finish it on the 17th,
yeah.
On the 7th.
on the 7th, then we won't be ready for the 21st, and we'll have to push it off, and we can't do that, Jack. I have to know because of the-
You know what? The only ones that I'm really, firearms and the hunting are my 2 big concerns with regard, and it's not so much it's opening up those the Northwest as well as the small town forest. Those are my big pushbacks, because I think they're totally unnecessary and they're contrary to what we want to be doing in terms of allowing maximum public enjoyment. So those are the only 2 real things that I would jump up and down on and scream and holler about. And the rest of them, I just, like anything else, I can only present data and explain that why I don't want the hours expanded into those time zones. And we have not even addressed the issue okay, are we allowing everything to be hunted? Or are we just talking white-tailed deer? We haven't gone down that path at all. And if we do go down that path, then I am keenly interested, because I'm not interested in anybody out there hunting at midnight for, for the coyotes. And I'm not interested in anybody really hunting any of my predators out there, my bears or my coyotes or anything like that. So those are the issues that are really, that's when I fight. And after that, I just try to make comments and bring data.
And so, Jack, I would just say to you that these straw polls are kind of meaningless. They help us develop a draft, to put out to the public. In the end, we'll be making motions with seconds and amendments and all that stuff. And I can assure you that'll happen on the night when you're there.
Thank you.
But I would like to move forward at the next meeting, even if there's only 5 people there, so that we can so we can get closer to the end.
Yeah, and the question is, if our public is already saying that we're not being open enough, perhaps during that Q&A session, we allow them to have give and take. We right now, you even heard from folks tonight that we're hard to understand or hard to find information in. And it's because there's part of it, it's fairly complex and there's a ton of it there. So I think we need to create every opportunity for every one of our citizens to speak up.
All right, so I'm looking for a motion. I'm looking for a motion to adjourn, I hope.
So moved.
Second,
Second.
roll call vote. Ken Jones,
Aye.
Rich Birsch,
Aye.
Katie Childs. Oh, Katie Childs is gone. Carl Luck.
Aye.
Jack Rabbit,
Aye.
and I for myself. All right.
Good night,
So
gentlemen.
I will do that draft as soon as we leave, and you'll probably get it around 1 in the morning.
Oh, God.